morning.
Hello.
Morning, Bex.
Good morning, you all right?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. And what a show we've got for you over the next 4 hours.
Oh, my word, have we got some deals.
We really have. I mean, honestly, I think it's fair to say probably the best deals we've ever done since we first started broadcasting exactly a year ago. We've got buy one, get one frees. We've got things like 3 Salvias for under £5 that you've just ordered.
I just put my phone down about 5 seconds before we came live. I have ordered 3 sets of those Salvias because that is the deal of the show, although we do have lots of others as well.
Yes. Welcome to YouGarden TV. Just a few things we need to tell you if you are new to the show. First of all, we have got a wonderful free gift.
Yes. We have.
With every single order.
So it's the Naughtia Macedonica Melton Pastel.
Yes.
We always say Macedonia.
Yes, we've keep watching and we will probably say
We'll probably say it at some point.
But it's a type of scabious. It's gorgeous.
Absolutely free with every single order that you place today. So I placed my order for my Salvia. I will be getting one of these with my order, and you can too. If you place multiple orders, you will get multiple free gifts.
Yeah. And who doesn't like a free plant?
God, nobody, surely.
I don't know anybody that doesn't like a free plant. Make sure you use the offer code, and this is very important. Every show on YouGarden TV has got a special offer code. The code for this week is YGTV3124. I
just used that code.
You did?
So I placed my order, put in my 3 Salvia lips. It came to $14.97 because I placed 3. I've got 3 lots of them, and I got my free gift, and I just shouted out, didn't I? My total saving is £66 and something. Like, the savings are incredible. Sorry.
No,
I'm excited.
That's the absolute truth. Bex literally just shouted that across the room earlier. Also, if you want free postage, all you need to do is spend over £40. So any order, if you get it to over £40, the postage will disappear. But again, you do need to use that offer code YGTV3124. Now, we love it when you interact. We love to see your pictures. We love to see your gardens. We love to hear from you. Any questions, and Bex and I will do our very best to answer them.
Yeah,
Bex is in charge of technology.
Yeah, I've got the iPad, so send any emails through to us. If you can attach those pictures, that would be amazing too. Alison has sent a few through. Stu, was this the picture that you wanted to show? Oh, look at all of those plants, those deliveries. I think that's what she's received this week as deliveries. Loads of things in there. Stu wanted to see the Glamrock Hydrangea. That one. Oh, hello.
I tell you what, it has been a fantastic year for hydrangeas. It really has.
It's the year of the hydrangea. That's what we're dubbing 2024 as.
So yes, do email us at ygtv@yougarden.com, or you can join in on the live chats on YouTube and Facebook.
We have loads from somebody called Shaun.
That's me, but save them for later, Bex. And Neil and Penny, we will show your pictures a little bit later on. Right, do you want a quick look at what's coming up today? Quick one. Shall we have a look over there?
Yeah.
I mean, my word, where do we start, Bex?
Well, 2 of my favourites right at the end there. You've got the Euphorbia Miner's Merlo. That is an absolutely incredible one. And, of course, the Erysimum, the Bowls Mauve, which is a beauty.
And the one we've been raving about, the Salvia, it's a triple collection, so 3 different varieties that will flower all summer long for 6-7 months. They're $4.99 for all 3, which is $4.97, even better. We've also got the ground cover roses. They're beautiful. Really excited about those.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and actually it was really popular. You got ahead of us on Thursday, and you found that little collection there and started buying it before we brought it in.
I'm
so glad you brought that one, because it is a fantastic one. 3 different colours. They are 9cm pots, and it is a half price deal. All 3 of those, you don't need to choose. You will get the red, the pink, and the white. And they're ground cover roses, so they're going to get to a couple of feet, 60, 70 centimetres height, but they're going to spread by probably a good 3 feet. So I used to
have those in my last garden.
Did you?
Yeah, really good. And we've got the Rudbeckia as well. We've got either 3 in the 9cm pots, or we've got a big one coming up in a 2 litre pot. And this side is a buy one get one free, and it's a mix and match.
Mix and match, buy one get one free. There is one other item on there as well. There's the Digitalis dalmation, but it's a mix and match. You can get 2 of the same, or you can get 2 completely different ones. They're all the same price at $9.99, all in the 2 litre pots.
Now, we would love you to shop ahead, so go to the website. All you need to do is go to YouGarden.com. You see that icon at the top there, live now. Click onto that. If you're watching us on a phone, that may be at the bottom of your screen, and you can see all the fantastic deals that are coming up. Now, I mentioned that the Salvia Lips collection was $4.97. I said the roses were $7.49. The reason why they're showing at a higher price is because you need to actually get the discounted price by using the offer code. So don't forget, YGTV3124, that will unlock all of the massive promotions that you only get on the shows. And there's a free gift there. So look, there you go. There's the correct prices because we have put the offer code into the baskets. They're just very important that you do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, what else have we got? Hey, there's a club membership as well.
Oh, of course, yeah. Do be part of the club because you'll get that extra 10% discount. Costs just £5 to join. It's on auto-renewal, but you can cancel that renewal, so don't worry about that. Go for the £5 option rather than the £10 option because it's half the price. But that's going to give you 10% off all of your plant and accessory orders. So everything that we've got in the potting shed today, all of the pots, all the plants, the compost included, there will be an extra 10% discount on top of the discounts that we're already showing you.
But we're going to start off our live show this morning with a brilliant buy one get one free, and it is a mix and match. So everything on this table, the ferns, the delphinium, the Rudbeckia, you can mix and match, but buy one get another free. I mean, you could go for 2 of the same if you wanted.
Yeah, if you want to, it's entirely your choice. And actually, we've done it that way because sometimes people do want a mix and match. They don't want 2 of the same one. You've got the choice now to go for whatever you like. So there's actually 6 available. We've got 5 on the table here. There's also the Digitalis that we'll show you as well. So 6 are included in the buy one get one free, and Rudbeckia was the most popular one.
Do you know what,
earlier on in the week.
I'm just thinking, I don't think we've ever done this before, have we? When it's a buy one get one free mix
and match. Oh, we did it with the roses.
Yes,
but that's the only other one normally because.
But these are all different types of plants.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, it gives you a lot of flexibility and lots of options. Now, somebody this week bought 5 of the Rudbeckia goldsturm and then got 5 free, so they got 10 in total, which is amazing. And a lot of people multi-ordered on the salvias as well. And I have to say, Rudbeckia does look great en masse. I know Adam Woolcott, one of our brilliant gardening experts that you were working with last week. Did he show you a picture of his garden?
No, he did tell himself off because he didn't take pictures. He's got a slightly taller variety, I think.
Yes, he has. He's about a metre
very similar,
20,
basically. Just one's a bit taller than the other. But yeah, he did say he will take some pictures. He told himself off because it does look amazing. I've done a little video of mine in actual fact because I planted one of these last year. It was amazing last year. Got about 15. Let's go last year's first, shall we?
Let's take you back to 2023 in Bex's garden.
So it's such a reliable perennial. So that is what it looked like last year, and that was the first year I planted it. I got about 15 flowers on there. I remember counting at the time. It looked absolutely beautiful, and yeah, mine would have been smaller. I planted it as a 9 centimetre, so you know it was a less established plant than the one we're bringing you. So that was last year's, looking absolutely beautiful, but that's this year.
Oh my word, it's amazing how many buds you've got.
I literally did that little video this morning, so that is what it's looking like in my garden right now. I counted 21 the other day, but it was a very quick count. Look at how pretty it is, and it's so reliable. I did nothing to it. So even at the end, I just let it die back at the end of the season last year. I didn't touch it, and then it's reliably just come back bigger and better. And that's the beautiful thing about Rudbeckia. It does multiply.
And I have to say, for pollinators as well, they just love it, don't they?
Yeah, because you get those lovely reflexed petals, you get that lovely kind of central button there.
Yeah, that kind of cone in the centre.
They love it.
And what a lovely colour as well. That gorgeous, gorgeous kind of yellow with a bit of orange in there, just stunning. Buy one, get one free. So you only pay, it works out like £5 each. They're in 2 litre pots, they're really well established. And they should arrive covered in buds, maybe in flower. Is yours in a fairly sunny spot, Bex?
Do you know what? It's actually in the sort of most shady border. So it's the one on the left side of the garden. So
wow, so it's actually done
it
well,
does
hasn't it?
really
Yeah.
well in that spot. So it gets afternoon and evening sun. So from about maybe 3-4 o'clock, it gets a good bit of sunshine on it, and it's doing beautifully there.
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
That's my most successful border, bizarrely. It is my most successful border.
If you do want to buy several of those and plant them en masse, they look absolutely fantastic. Sometimes with the buy one get one free, we put it in the basket for you, but because this is mix and match, we won't do that. So you actually have to physically put 2 plants in your basket. And we've got 6 to choose from, including, say, the Delphiniums, the foxgloves, 3 different types of ferns, but it is a mix and match offer. And what we need to do there, so you've got one in there, it's $9.99. But we've already got the code in there, but we do need to add a second one, and then it'll be free. So do make sure you physically put 2 plants in your basket. But it could be one of the ferns, the delphiniums, the foxgloves, any of the mix and match that you want to choose from. I think we should go on to our delphinium, because this is absolutely stunning, isn't it?
It's a beauty, isn't
it?
I do love a delphinium. I mean, this one in particular just has gorgeous shades in there. Now, we can't guarantee which colour you're going to get. There is a mixture of colours.
But they're all lovely, aren't they?
Yeah, we can guarantee that all the delphiniums are really, really beautiful. You get these lovely tall spires of flowers on here. I think they are breathtaking.
They are, aren't they?
Did you see them all at Chelsea?
Yeah.
Oh, I love going to Chelsea. I love going to the flower shows.
And they were huge, weren't they?
Oh, my word.
Yeah.
I mean, once they get established, they can get to those really decent sizes. You can get multiple stems coming off here as well. Generally, you'll get a really nice, strong leader. You'll get that really...
Oh, sorry.
Look at that. That looks fake, doesn't it?
But often when the leader kind of goes over, if you take it off, you will get several smaller, say, flower stems, generally speaking. And quite often, I know... with mine, sometimes I'll get flowers sort of like midsummer, but then sometimes I do get a second flurry in autumn.
You definitely can do, absolutely.
Oh, look at those together.
I do recommend getting some Strulch. Unfortunately, my delphiniums did not come up this year because I didn't follow my own advice and I did not put Strulch down. So unfortunately, because it's been the year of the hydrangea, but it's also been the year of the slugs and the snails, hasn't it? So mine did get munched this year, so mine didn't come up. So do as I say, not as I do, and that is please get yourself some Strulch to put over the top of these at the end of the season to make sure that you get those gorgeous displays next year.
And if you do want to order Strulch, it is a brilliant deterrent for slugs and snails. It's a weed suppressant. It also can really help condition your soil as well. And we are doing a twin pack for $36.97. It's just such a good all-rounder, Strulch.
Totally.
But in terms of organic gardening and making sure the slugs and snails do not eat your plants, but this is the easy way, and it's the organic way, because it doesn't actually kill the slugs and snails, it just gets them to move away from your precious plants. They just don't like the texture of it, basically. But yeah, really, it has been the year of the slug and snail, so make sure you protect those with Strulch. But absolutely stunning.
I love delphiniums.
I do.
Really do.
Great for the back of a border. Nice sunny spot for those.
Yeah, they do like a bit of sunshine.
They do.
So get them in a sunny spot, but they are really stunning and great for pollinators as well. They do like those.
They certainly do. Right, so this is all part of the buy one, get one free. Now, we've actually got 3 different types of fern to choose from as well, but they're all in big, say, 2-litre pots there, and they all looks stunning. I've got to say, I think we said it's a year of the hydrangea, but I do think ferns have done really well this year as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's been quite a wet year, hasn't it? And it seems to be the way that our climate is going. So ferns are a fantastic addition to your garden, particularly if you've got some of those shady corners, because it can be difficult to plant things in shady spots. Difficult to get things to thrive, but our ferns will thrive so beautifully in those shady spots. This is the hairy lip fern. Now, actually, all 3 of these work well together. So if you are thinking about creating a lovely kind of fern corner, these are going to work great together. So this is going to go sort of more towards the front of the border because this one stays nice and compact, probably about 30 by 30 centimetres. So I'm going to put this one at the front and the others can go behind. We'll talk to you about those when we get to them. The beautiful thing about them is that they require like no attention at all,
No,
really, do
they really don't.
You can pretty much just plant a fern and leave it alone. You might want to do a little bit of tidying up in springtime of any sort of, you know, untidy looking fronds, but other than that, you can pretty much leave them to do their own thing.
And if you've got that shady spot, and maybe you've not got on with hostas again because of slugs and snails do not like ferns.
No.
They really don't. They leave them alone. And I have to, you know, I've got a big area of ferns in my garden, and as you said, Bex, so low maintenance.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful foliage, and just a joy, just an absolute joy. And this particular variety, I'll say the long name, Chelanthus lanosa. Got my teeth in this morning. I prefer hairy lip fern. I
prefer hairy lip
I like
fern.
the popular names. And the reason it's called hairy lip fern, because if you actually look closely, they're like little hairs, aren't they?
Yeah, and it's supposed to help to retain moisture. Those hairs are supposed to like help the plant to retain moisture. It's just the way that the plant has evolved. Excuse me, but this is an evergreen fern, so this one will look good most of the year round. Yeah, it's not going to drop its leaves. I love the way those fronds unfurl as well. They're really interesting, and as we say, super tough, winter hardy.
Yeah. And one of the oldest plants on the planet.
Indeed.
I think we said about 360 million years, didn't we? Approximately.
It's definitely, well, it's well over 300 million years ferns have been around, and there's so many varieties. There's like over 10,000 varieties of ferns.
They're amazing plants, they really are.
Yeah.
I think for some of them to survive that amount of time as well, they are pretty resilient things. But that's the first. All of these are part of the buy one, get one free mix and match, don't forget. So whatever ones you want, they're all $9.99, they're all 2 litres. And we have, as well as the other ferns coming up, we have got a foxglove in the mix and match selection. This is our next fern, though, the copper shield fern. And I love the colours of this, don't you?
Yeah, this one's fantastic. You can actually see some of those gorgeous copper colours on some of those fronds there. And this is why it's called copper shield. So you get copper tones, pinks, reds included in there as well as this one grows and establishes. Now, this is one for the back of the border, because this is going to get to about 3 feet in height and spread as well, once it gets established, obviously.
When you actually picture that, that's going to be magnificent.
It's going to be beautiful. And this is why ferns look great together, because you've got those different sizes, shapes, colours, textures included as well. This one has the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit, so definite proven performer. And they just look fantastic planted en masse in those shady corners. This one can probably cope with a little bit of sunshine. Most of them cope with a little bit, but I think the majority of us are buying ferns to deal with those shady spots in the garden.
And the thing is, if you don't put something there, you know, weeds still come up in those shady spots. So ferns are brilliant at just filling in those gaps, great for underplanting other shrubs and things like that. But that one, I think so, that copper tone to the fronds, I think it's beautiful.
They look great in pots as well, actually.
They do,
just on their own in pots,
totally agree.
you know, because they fill out beautifully and they do give a gorgeous display.
I love ferns, I really do. So I've got a whole border full of ferns and grasses, and they look good pretty much all year round.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the ferns we've got are not evergreen, but a lot are, and even in the coldest of months, they can still look really nice.
But this one is classed as semi-evergreen, so it really depends on where you are and what kind of area you put it in as to whether it loses, you know, a lot of its leaves or keeps the majority of them.
I've got that one in one of my side borders, and because it is fairly sheltered, that it does tend to keep its fronds throughout the winter. So that's our next one there, the copper shield fern there, $9.99. Again, part of our mix and match. And then finally, we have got our beautiful painted lady.
Yeah, and I think this is the most stunning, actually, of the 3 that we've got, and that's because what you get is these, I mean, the shades and the colours are incredible. It's another one with the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit, so definite proven performer. Check out the picture here, because these are the kinds of colours that you get from this as this matures and establishes. You can kind of start seeing that to come in the foliage that you've got on this one already.
I will say, it does get more exciting.
Oh, totally. Now, this one is great for more ground cover. So this one's only going to get to about 40 centimetres in height, so I'm going to go sort of front mid-border, depending on what else you've got planted in there. But this can spread by a good 3 to 4 feet.
This one does die down in the winter, though.
Does die down in the winter, but it's totally worth it, because I think the display that you get from this while it's growing is just that bit extra.
And personally speaking, I would plant that with other ferns that are evergreen, so then you don't have massive gaps in the winter.
Totally,
but she is stunning. I've got that one as well, and Absolutely gorgeous, one of the most decorative ferns in terms of colour palette. So again, it is all buy one get one free. So whether you're going for the Rudbeckia, the Delphinium, the different types of ferns, the hairy lip, the copper shield, the painted lady, mix and match. I think a lot of you are maybe going for say 4 or 6 plants. But the ferns have been the most popular, apparently. I wasn't with Bex on Thursday. It was Adam, wasn't it?
It was me and Adam,
yes.
yeah. We had a lovely time.
Oh, thanks.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Yes, well, I'm with Adam this week.
And I'm sure you'll have a lovely time too.
Yeah, Bex should take a few days. We all, no, jokes apart, we all love working together.
We do,
and
it's fun.
Yeah, there's a nice small team here at YouGarden, and we always have great shows, don't we?
We do.
I don't think we've ever had a bad show, actually, have we?
No.
No.
You've never annoyed me.
No,
so
good.
We're doing all right.
Yeah, you've never annoyed me either.
Yeah, there we go then.
What is seriously, there are a lot of like couples on TV. You'll know if you read the media that actually hate each other.
Yeah, they really hate each other. They do a really good job on screen, and then they hate each other afterwards.
And then when they leave the show, they just reveal that they actually hate each other all that time.
That's never going to happen here. Never going to happen here.
But we've known each other about 20 years, haven't we?
Yeah.
Bex used to be my boss. Long story.
Long
story. When I worked on another shopping channel, Bex was my boss.
I was.
She was a very good boss, actually.
We were talking about it this morning. I didn't like that job.
No,
Not because of you.
No.
But, you know.
Well, you actually said I was the lowest maintenance presenter.
Totally.
Yeah. Because you may know that we did work on another shopping channel. And,
Let's hope none of the other presenters are watching. Good morning, everybody.
Right. We also need to remind you, in the mix and match buy one get one free, we've also got the gorgeous Digitalis Dalmation foxglove, beautiful foxgloves that have, they're called Dalmation because you've got this stunning centre to the flowers, a little bit like the spots on a Dalmatian dog. What I love about foxgloves is they come back year after year. They often self-seed as well, so you have them for several years. But I just think they really give you that lovely kind of country cottage natural garden look. Great for the back of a border. Very easy to grow as well. I've got mine in fairly shady areas actually. They still do really quite well.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about Digitalis. Unlike Delphinium, thank you very much. Unlike Delphinium that really wants to be in that sunny position, Digitalis can actually cope with a bit of shade.
Yeah.
So, for example, in my garden, southwest facing, great, all the sun's on the house, it's not on the borders, but Digitalis do really well in those borders because they are a bit more shady.
I will say, I do think with Digitalis, they look good in groups, because that's how they naturally grow, so I would definitely get a few of those. So lots of lovely colours, but it is a buy one get one free in the mix and match. But what I love about that offer, you can choose whatever you want. So more choice than ever before. Now, we just showed the Rudbeckia in the 2 litre pot, but the one that you bought last year was actually this one in the 9 centimetre.
Yeah, it was the smaller one in the 9 centimetre pots, and this is a triple pack, so you're going to get 3 of these.
For $6.99?
For $6.99. You would expect that for one, wouldn't you? $6.99, all 3 of those.
Do you know what? I'd forgotten that it was $6.99 for 3. Seriously.
Look, we've got flowers, we've got buds going on, we've got nicely established plants. Let me get that out of there. Check out that root system. That is absolutely raring to grow. Good time to get hold of this, because the thing with Rudbeckia is that it's a slightly later flowering plant.
Late summer.
So it's just starting now, which is brilliant because that's the transitional plant. As some of the summer flowers are fading, Rudbeckia is just getting going, and it keeps going into autumn as well. So you are still going to get the beauty of these plants this year, and then it'll multiply and get better next year.
So I was just thinking, how on earth can we do that price?
I know.
I mean, working out if you're a club member,
Ryan puts the shows together.
I thought it was me because I'm Shaun Ryan. The other Ryan.
The other
I'm
Ryan.
like, thanks, Bex. Shaun
Ryan.
But it's not. Yeah, it's the other Ryan. I don't know how he's done that, but they work out for club members £2 and 9 pence per plant.
I know.
So anyway, basically, they're not very profitable for us, but we've got a surplus of stock and we need to clear it, because otherwise it'll go to waste. In fact, again, you might want to go for 2 or 3 sets of those and do a whole border of Rudbeckia.
That would be amazing.
Look great, wouldn't it? By the way,
is there lots of chat happening still?
Yes, loads of chat, loads of pictures coming in. We will get to them, but we just really wanted to share the deals because honestly, we're coming up to our first year of YGTV. and we just wanted to put together some really great shows.
In a couple of weeks. It's so exciting. We're going to be 1 year old.
I know.
Oh,
it's been a great year, and thank you so much to each and every one of you for all of your support with YGTV. But a really, really great show today. Grab those while you can. We've got surplus stock. We just need to clear it. And it's $6.99 for all three of those. Now, we've just moved on because our next offer, ground cover roses. And I actually had these in my previous garden. And do you know what? They flowered all summer long. Hundreds, if not thousands of roses. Smaller roses. So I'd say they were about the size of a 50p piece.
Yeah, they're not massive, are they?
No,
but you get so
thousands.
many.
Yeah.
And plus, this really doesn't require any specialist kind of pruning, you know? I mean, I often say about roses, they're pretty forgiving. You can prune them however you want them and they will come back, but there are some rules or tips and tricks you can follow to get a beautiful kind of shape. With this, you don't need to worry at all. To be honest, it doesn't really require any deadheading.
When these are actually quite large, I think mine got to about nearly a metre in terms of width.
Yeah.
You could even go, like, literally go with a hedge cutter at the end of the season.
Yeah, and just trim them over.
Yeah. But they are brilliant, and they're often used, this type of rose is often used in commercial displays. You've probably seen it, you know, like roundabouts and things like that, because they just flower all summer long. They require very little maintenance. And those smaller roses en masse look quite spectacular. You get a pink, you get a white, and you get a red. But again, look at that price spec, $7.49.
I know, all three of those in those 9cm pots. And roses do grow quite quickly.
Yeah, they do.
It's not like you're waiting for ages, like an Acer, which we love. You know, we love those. But you don't have to wait ages to get those displays. You know, a few years' time, that's really going to fill out and be a beautiful display in your garden.
Yeah. And just had a question, would they work in pots or borders? You could put them in a pot.
You could totally put them in a pot.
A decent sized pot though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, you could get one of our big helix pots maybe, or the other one, the Durhams, and it would be fine in there.
Yeah.
But the thing about these is that they do create that ground cover. They will spread by up to a metre. So I think, you know, if you want a rose in a pot, we got lots of other much more suitable varieties of roses on the website for you to go to. It doesn't stop you doing this, but I just think there's more suitable ones. This one really wants to be in a border where it's going to give you that ground cover.
And they honestly flower all summer long, and you will get hundreds, if not thousands, of those miniature roses. Just gorgeous. Now, just before the show went live, Bex was on a phone like this, oh, I'm going to get this order in, because you ordered 3 of the deals of the week.
3 lots, so I'm going to get 9 Salvia plants, and it was under £15 my order for that.
See, look how happy Bex is.
I'm so happy.
Yeah. And I'm going to also order these. I just didn't have time. I was still in makeup, so I didn't have time. That was a joke, by the way. Yes. We do not have a makeup department here at YGTV. It's
rough and ready, isn't it?
It's earthy.
It is definitely earthy. We're all right with it, though. We like it.
Yeah, we're gardeners, so we love being on, and it's a real working nursery, and we're part of that. But
yeah, Stu's right. Stu's just said, if you've ever been camping, think about that, but lower your expectations a little bit. And we're about there. Yeah. I love camping.
It's a proper working nursery. So, you know, it's hands-on, it's brilliant.
I love it.
One thing we can say, the quality of the plants is outstanding.
Yeah, let's do a root show, shall we?
Look at these, okay? Do you know what? I want every single viewer today to go for these.
Yeah.
Because we're looking at 3 Salvia, 3 gorgeous varieties. I've only got the cherry lips in my garden, but this one includes hot lips, amethyst lips and cherry lips. So no, I've got the hot lips.
Yeah, you've got hot lips.
Thanks, Bex.
Oh yeah.
Why am I pulling this stupid face? Like, but $4.97 for all 3.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Now, this is one of Stu, who operates all of our technical side of things. That's one of his neighbour's gardens.
Yeah, Tony's garden. And they're just looking amazing in there, aren't they? And that's the kind of display that I'm going to create in my garden. I know a lot of you have been watching, so you've already heard this story, but my lavender border in the front garden, it's packed with weeds. I've tried to get them out, I can't.
Oh, it looks dreadful, Bex.
So it does look dreadful.
No,
so this year, the lavender is going. I've propagated from it, so don't worry. I'm going to get new lavender plants to plant out. I'm not getting rid of them entirely. but actually I'm going to change it over. I've had that lavender border there for a good probably 7 years now. It's time for a change. I've got 3 sets of these, 9 plants. I'm going to plant them all down there, mix the colours in. They'll kind of mingle into each other, and I'm going to create a Salvia lips border.
And I was saying to Bex, I've got one of these in my garden, so the hot lips, that one there, and I have done nothing with it, I'm ashamed to say. I'd normally cut it back in spring. I forgot. I normally feed it. I haven't.
I forgot.
I've got a big garden, and to be honest, it just hasn't needed attention, and it looks fantastic. And it has flowered, I'm going to say, I think it started flowering May. So May, June, July. Last year it flowered until October, November time. But you need to use the code to get this amazing deal. You get all 3, £4.97. And if you just buy those, you'll still get your free gift, but you'll only pay £4.97 by using the offer code YGTV3124.
Should we have a little look at Shaun's Salvia?
Yeah, right. Now,
I love these pictures Shaun does, because it's not just the Salvia, it's his beautiful smiley face as well. Look!
That was me this morning. So that's the Salvia just behind me. And I have done nothing with that this year.
Yeah, look at it. It's amazing.
It is, isn't it?
So the flowers are small, but you get lots of them. And that's what I love about this. Plus it flowers for ages as well, doesn't it?
Sorry.
Love that face. Look at that face.
I was like, but honestly, for me, that Salvia is such a hard worker. Never deadhead it, doesn't need it. I will feed it. But there it is, yeah.
That's amazing.
Consider I've done nothing to it.
Yeah. It's incredible.
And that's been there 2 or 3 years, I'd say.
Is that just one plant?
One plant, yeah.
Yeah.
Just one.
I probably don't need 9, do I? But never mind. I've got 9 now.
Yeah, you'll find room. They're just brilliant, but I'm really tempted to go for some more, because I've only got the one. I think I should. In fact, there's a border the other side that's purple and white, so I could put maybe the purple ones there.
Oh, nice, yeah, very nice.
Yeah, but honestly, brilliant plants. They will flower for 6 months potentially of the year. Mine's in a sunny spot, seems to like it there.
Yeah, so I think they can cope with a part shady position.
Because yours will be part... Oh, no,
mine will be...
gets fair amount of sun.
No, because it's northeast at the front, so it'll get some morning sun and then it'll disappear around. Right. But these can cope with a part shady position. As long as they get a bit of sun, they'll be fine.
And they do, they're really quite quick growing. So the year before, I chopped mine right back to about 30 centimetres. And literally, that same summer, it just tripled in size, I would say, and was covered in flowers all summer long. But that is the deal of the week. When it's gone, it's gone. £4.97, 560 668. I've got a feeling you want to speak next.
Yes, please. Mandy, hello, welcome. Mandy says, hi, everyone. I found YGTV last Sunday, and I'm so glad I did. I'm new to gardening, if you can call various pots on my tiny 5th floor balcony gardening, and I'm loving learning about plants and flowers. How fantastic! I'm so glad you found us.
Mandy, honestly, I got like a little tingle there.
I did.
Yeah.
And do you know what, Mandy, you're exactly the customer, because Adam has his little catchphrase. You know his catchphrase, don't you?
No, go on.
If you're on a 3rd floor balcony and you've got pots, I can't remember quite exactly how he says it, but he often talks about balcony gardening, not just people with gardens and space and all the rest of it. He talks about balcony gardens. We've got all sorts of things for balcony gardens as well.
And Mandy, I've gardened all my life, and I've got a big garden now. I've got, really quite a big garden, about 1/3 of an acre. But I've had every type of garden, and for many years I had a flat in Leeds, and I had a fairly small balcony, and just like you, I had pots everywhere, and I loved it. And I'd sit on my balcony in Leeds, and I used to love being surrounded by my pots. I really did. And you can do so much with a small space.
Absolutely,
you
can get quite creative, can't you? So Mandy, do let us know whereabouts in the country you are, and what aspect does it face. So is it north facing, east facing, south facing? How much sun do you get there, basically? And we can try and help. We can give you tips and hints. And don't be shy. Send us some pictures of your pots.
Yeah, but thanks. I'm glad you found YGTV.
Me too.
Right.
Everyone's saying welcome to her as well. This is what I love. Look, Elaine, morning, Mandy. Ruth, morning, Matt. Hi, Mandy. Welcome to the family. It's really nice.
And so Bex and I will answer as many questions as we can, and if we don't know the answer, we always consult our head gardener Peter McDermott.
Yeah, and sometimes our lovely regular viewers, they answer the questions for us.
They do,
and that's a great part of being part of the community.
It's true, actually. We've got such a range of viewers and customers. But gardening is such a vast subject. You're always learning, aren't you?
Yeah.
We learn every single show. There's always new plants, new varieties, things that we've never grown before. You never ever know everything when it comes to gardening.
No.
I run a garden club, and we had a snowdrop expert come last year. His knowledge on snowdrops, and I thought, it was a lifetime's work.
Just on snowdrops.
Just on snowdrops. Yeah. Just on snowdrops, a lifetime's work. So we're always learning. Right, we're going to move on though to something we have both got in our garden, the Erysimum Bowls Mauve. This is, out of all the plants we've probably got on the show, this is the longest flowering, and we say on average this will flower 9-10 months of the year. And this is your garden, Bex.
Yeah.
And you actually filmed your bowls, Mo, for several months, didn't you?
I did. I'm just finding the email here. So I did some pictures. So what I've been trying to do is chart the progress of the bowls mauve throughout the year. That one, when was that one? The tulips have just gone over. So I think that one's probably, there's still some there. So I think that was probably April, that one. But I've got a series of pictures here for you. And this does start in April.
There's the tulips again.
So I want you to pay attention to the other flowers around, not just the bowls mauve. So the bowls mauve is looking amazing, isn't it? Tulips are just about to open. So I'm going to suggest that one was April. If we go on to the next one, you can actually see that the tulips have gone over.
Yeah.
That is May. Then we're going to go on to the next picture. This is June. Alliums are there in the background. Bowls mauve is looking amazing. Go to the next picture. Alliums have gone over. Bowls mauve is still looking amazing. Yeah, lilies are starting to come up in the background. You can see the geranium roseanne next door starting to come in. That's it for that series, but I am trying to chart the progress of this. As you can see, bowls mauve looks fantastic all the way through, whilst other flowers are coming in and going. Bowls mauve still looks incredible.
Honestly, sometimes mine's even been flowering in November time. Not as many flowers, but even in November. And actually, I went to a talk about 365 days of colour in the garden. It was Nick Bailey, a very famous gardener you'll have seen, but he wrote a book called 365 Days of Colour, and it's about getting your garden looking great every day of the year, and this was one of the plants that he mentioned.
Yeah, it is a fantastic one. It's definitely in our top tips when it comes to plants that you should have in your garden. If it's flowers and colour that you want, bowls mauve is a winner. I really don't know. I don't know of any other flowering plant that is so good for so long for so little effort. I don't know of one. Not off the top of my head, anyway.
No, that's it.
Yeah.
And you get 3 today for £9.99. Now, those of you that know me well, you know I love a Merlo. Okay, I do love my red wine. I do love a Merlo. But I particularly like this Euphorbia because the colour of the leaves, and it is called Miner's Merlo, they are this lovely kind of burgundy. And I will be honest, Bex, these plants, I don't think they're looking quite as burgundy as they will do, because as they mature, they definitely darken.
They definitely darken. I was looking at mine the other day. I probably should have done another little video of that, but there are elements of green in mine as well. So lots of burgundy foliage, but you just have this sort of shimmer of green going on in there as well. Oh, this one was an early one, yeah.
Now, there it looks quite a lot darker, doesn't it?
So much darker, yeah. That was earlier on in the year. That was probably about April time, just as the flowers were about to come out. And they do flower for ages as well. April, right the way through to October, unless you move it like I did mine, and then it gave up flowering. Although it's giving me some flowers again now. It's looking healthy again. Yeah, it's looking good. But yeah, you get these lovely sort of lime green flowers. They're actually bracts, the green bits. The flower is the tiny bit in the centre, but it doesn't matter, we call them flowers. But it contrasts so beautifully against that darker foliage. And my biggest discovery with Euphorbia is how good it is at bringing ladybirds in. I was blown away when I went to look at my Euphorbia with how many, for some reason they were attracted to Euphorbia, and we want ladybirds in our garden. They will eat the aphids that are going to attack your tomato plants and things like that.
Yeah,
so they're a good bug to have in your garden.
Totally evergreen as well, so you've got a lovely foliage all year round. They're naturally clump forming, so they do, I think they form a really nice, neat shape without any effort from you. And just now and again, you might need to cut if some bits go over, get a bit damaged by frost. You might just need to prune them back. But we always advise wearing gloves when you are cutting back Euphorbia, just because the sap can cause skin irritation with a few people. I mean,
it can.
Hasn't with me, I'll be honest, but we always say just to be on the
if you are particularly sensitive, then do that. Can I quickly just show Neil's picture?
Hello, Neil.
On the Salvia hot lips. Oh, he wants to do the salvias again anyway. Good. Well, Neil, good morning to you, and thank you for sending this picture in, because that is absolutely stunning.
Wow.
That is Neil's Salvia hot lips.
Is that
How beautiful is that?
I wonder if that's just one again.
I know.
That looks amazing, Neil.
How many plants, Neil? Let us know in the chat, will you?
Yeah.
But I just think be one.
Salvias are such hard workers, aren't they?
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Stunning.
Deal of the week there. So that's one of the 3 plants that you'll get. That's the hot lips. That's that one there. But you also get the cherry lips. You also get the amethyst lips as well.
I don't know if it's just me, but the hot lips, it seems to be the most common one. I might be wrong, but I've in my friends' gardens, I've seen a lot more of the hot lips compared to the other ones.
Yeah, I agree. But look, I mean, we've got, I can't remember which one's which. This one must be amethyst.
That's the amethyst, isn't it?
And this is cherry over here. But you can see, look, on this cherry lips. So there's some that are full sort of purple. And then there's some that are bi-colour on here as well. And you can get that colour changing effect with these. Yeah. Sometimes it depends on the heat that they're getting. If there's more sun, you'll get more colour. If there's less sun, you'll get a bit of both colours, you know, the white and the colour.
They're just stunning, aren't they?
I love them.
They really are. And not to be confused with the Salvia bedding plant, by the way,
no.
that some of you may
The fragrance as well. Oh yeah, I just got a whiff of that. So can you smell that?
It's really nice.
Do that with the foliage. Honestly, the smell on there is incredible. What was Adam saying to me? It was it's a member of the sage family. That's it. So you get a lovely.
Yes, you can actually. Yes,
you get a lovely herby scent from the foliage on there. It's lovely.
Was that close up of my hot lips, by the way?
It was a close up of your hot lips. Hot lips! Woo woo!
So we're in silly moods today. We've got such a good show, and I know we're going to be really, really busy. So let's recap some of the great offers we've had so far live this Sunday morning on YouGarden TV. So remember, we have got a buy one, get one free mix and match. So, several plants here in this promotion. This is one of them, the Rudbeckia goldsturm. Late flowering, so this is kind of late summer, normally flowers end of July, August time. You get a mass of these stunning golden flowers, and as they open up, the petals kind of reflex down. They reveal that lovely cone in the centre, which is an absolute landing pad for, of course, your bees and your pollinators. But it is in the promotion, buy one get one free, but you can mix and match with the other offers available, including the foxglove, the Digitalis. Now this is the Dalmatian mix, so the centre of the flowers have got these gorgeous markings, a little bit like a Dalmatian dog. Foxgloves, they do pretty well in fairly shady areas, not full shade, but kind of, you know, just a few hours of sunshine is normally enough for them. They're great for the back of the border. They often self-seed as well, so if you leave the flowers on there and don't deadhead, they quite often will self-seed and you get some new plants growing the following years. But absolutely gorgeous if you want that kind of like country cottage garden look. And again, great for the pollinators. They love getting right inside those flowers. 511553 for the Digitalis Dalmatian, the foxglove there. Then we also have in this same promotion, so you can mix and match, we have got the Delphinium, and this is the Magic Fountain collection. Again, colours will vary, but it will be one of a fantastic say Delphinium here. Absolutely stunning. And Delphiniums, I mean, there is something I think quite dramatic about Delphiniums. They really stand out in the garden. They are beautiful, and they are perennials that come back year after year, and they do get bigger and stronger. So if you had Delphiniums in your garden for several years, they do come back even bigger with more of those flowers on them. 511552. Again, buy one, get one free in the mix and match offer there. Now, ferns are doing really well this year. And this is the Eucalyptus Azura hairy lip fern. It's an evergreen fern. So it will stay with this beautiful kind of dissected foliage, these beautiful fronds all year round. This one is great for the front of a border, so it doesn't grow too big, about 30 centimetres, so great for the front of a border, and it is, as I said, evergreen. And if you're having a problem with slugs this year, if your slugs are eating away, yeah, God, it has been a dreadful year for slugs actually. If some of your plants have been destroyed by them, for some reason they don't like ferns. So they are very, very slug resistant. They're fairly disease resistant as well. I mean, you occasionally get a few problems with them, but generally speaking, very, very, say, easy to grow, and they love a shady spot. So any areas of your garden that are a little bit difficult, then pop your ferns in there. 561204. Really well established in a 2-litre pot, the Eucalyptus there. Then we've got the copper shield fern. Now this one, it's kind of semi-evergreen, more for the mid to back of the border, but those new fronds that come through are these absolutely beautiful copper colour. It's a gorgeous one, is this one, and again really well established in the 2-litre pot. 561200 at £9.99. And then finally in the ferns we also brought you the painted lady. Now this one does die down in the winter, so don't panic, it will have a rest in the winter and die right back. Doesn't grow very tall, but it does spread, so great for ground cover, great for filling in those awkward gaps, but the most beautiful, beautiful colours on the fronds there. Purples, silvers, greens, absolutely beautiful. Probably out of all the ferns, the most ornamental in terms of colour palettes. And again, part of the mix and match, buy one, get one free at £9.99. But we've got so much to show you still, and don't forget the deal of the week is that Salvia collection that's gone absolutely crazy. I mean, the value you get on YGTV is incredible, but the deal of the week, 3 of those for £4.97 is absolutely incredible. Loads of people on the group chat today, which is nice.
Yeah, lots and lots of people. So good morning to you all. Neil,
Morning.
Elaine, Anne, hello to you. Obviously, we have our lovely new viewer, Mandy, who did answer our question. She said, thank you all for the lovely welcome. My balcony gets the sun for most of the day from about 12:30, 1 o'clock until sunset. So we've got some good suggestions for you coming up. I know people are sending in pictures as well. Elaine saying she needs to order some Strulch. Neil saying the salvias are going in his basket. Also, he answered the question, his picture of the salvias, that was 2 salvia plants there. So that looks amazing.
Very impressive for 2.
Yeah, so lots and lots. Somebody said something about Rudbeckia as well. Dingo's on Facebook. He sent us a photo as well, apparently. So let's have a little look in here, shall we?
And don't forget about that. I don't know how you're watching us. Some of you will be watching us on your phone, your tablet. If you've got a smart TV, with YouTube, I mean, all smart TVs pretty much will have YouTube. So just find the YouTube app on your TV and type in YouGarden and we'll come up there. And you can watch previous shows if you missed them as well. They're all on there.
Dingo sent us a picture of some of his, I mean, these are all purchases from us here at YouGarden, I'm pretty sure of that. He was saying his banana plants are starting to take off. So yeah, we've got the Musa, the Abyssinian Red, we've got the other 2 banana plants there as well. Japanese orange. Oh, hang on. Is that the Japanese orange? Oh, I did, yes.
I didn't do
I did that with
one.
Adam a few weeks ago, you're right.
God, it's got the lobelia speciosa there.
Yeah, I think that's the Queen Victoria, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, what's that? I don't know what that is. Help us, Dingo. What's that one there? That lovely one with the little purple flowers on. It's very cute. But I don't know what it is. And a lovely little Acer down the front here.
This got
is it
some
Moonbeam?
gorgeous
I think it might
plants
be, yeah.
there.
Lovely
I tell you what,
selection.
I am liking the banana plants.
They are looking great, aren't they? You said they're really starting to take off, so that's great.
Yeah, I can see a nice fern in the background. Thank you so much.
Excuse me,
has Elaine sent
a picture.
anything in?
Yeah, Elaine sent her Agapanthus just to make me jealous. Look at the size of that.
I tell you what, Elaine, that's done really well.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
You are doing a fantastic job.
How many stems on there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That's doing really well.
That's doing really well. I still haven't got any flowers on mine. I clearly am rubbish at Agapanthus. Some things I'm great at.
So Louise has sent a message. How do you send pictures? You can email them to the potting shed, which is ygtv@yougarden.com. If you don't know who we are, by the way, my name's Shaun Ryan. This
I'm
is Bex Edwards, and yeah, we love it when you interact with us and part of the show. If you want to see what we're up to on social media, there's yours, Bex.
Yeah, so I'm on Facebook, I'm on Instagram, I'm also on TikTok as well, actually. So it's Bex Edwards, My Garden on TikTok. So come and find me there. But yeah, we do try and post a fair amount about what we're doing, don't we? In our lives, in our gardens.
And if you want to follow me, I am Shaun Ryan, presenter and plant man. So you can follow me. I do most things on Facebook, a little bit on Instagram as well, but it's always Shaun Ryan, presenter and plant man. In fact, do you know what I'm going to put on later today? I found loads of old videos of me from when I was like early 20s.
It was a boy band era.
I found a bit of that.
Yes.
And I did this really funny video. It was only like a karaoke video for Please Don't Go, but it's hilarious. I'm like there with this girl like rolling through the grass together, and she leaves me. So I'm going to put those on because they're so ridiculous.
Oh, please do.
But mostly, it's mostly gardening things I put on that. Now I'm grown up and sensible. It's mostly gardening.
Yeah, right.
I always send you back, isn't it?
I want to show you Penny's dahlias because I've got these dahlias growing, and these are massive. I absolutely adore these, and this is probably my most successful dahlia at the moment. I can't remember the variety. I've got the tag in the pot, but honestly, that one is incredible. I've got loads of those growing, and they are huge, Shaun. They're as big as my hand.
Yeah, they're massive.
They're beautiful. Absolutely love those.
So yeah,
thank you. That's a gorgeous picture. Love the little pots up in the background
begonias, apricot shades in the background as well.
Really gorgeous.
Yeah.
Penny has got a gorgeous garden.
I tell you what, the colours there, I love those hot colours, don't you?
Yeah.
I've got a whole area of like oranges and yellows.
Now, Louise, I'm waiting for your email to come through. Louise, ygtv@yougarden.com. Send us your pictures. We want to see it.
Yeah, we really do. Right, we're going to move on to a wonderful Mediterranean plant now.
Mandy.
These would do great on a sunny balcony.
Sunny balcony. These would be incredible. Now, we do have a double up deal, but you can get one, can't you? So it's a great price for one, half price for one, $14.99. If you've got space for two, it's just $19.99 for the two. But these would be great on your balcony.
Yeah, because they love, I mean, ideally an oleander wants full sun all day long. So if you don't know oleander, it's a Mediterranean plant that grows really well in countries like Spain and Italy, all the way across the Med. But the great news is they actually can grow very nicely in the UK. We say hardy to -5. I mean, when they're fully established, maybe even a bit harder than that. They are fully evergreen, but the flowers that they produce are spectacular, and these will flower all summer long. But they do like that really, really sunny position. And all you need to do, because each one of the stems there is producing, you can see masses of flowers, when they go over, just literally take that off, and then you get further shoots and more flowers.
Yeah.
But we actually work with one of the top breeders in the world. We believe the best breeder in the world, based in Sicily. It's a family business. They've been breeding oleanders for years, and you can see these are multi-stemmed.
Yeah, normally you're going to get, so on the majority of the plants that we see, there's 3 stems of 3, and that is correct here. I've got 3 groups of 3 stems, so there's 9 stems on this plant. It will get, if you want it to, it can get quite big, can't it? It can get to a good metre plus in height. But if you are planting this in a pot on a balcony, you don't need to worry. You can control the size of it by the size of pot that you put it in.
No, you can plant them in the ground, but what I will say is, they may need a bit of winter protection because they're hardy to -5. So if they're in a pot, it's just a lot easier to move them, to put them in a sheltered corner, to bring them in if you need to. You cannot eat any part of an oleander, and that is very important. So don't eat any part of it. Don't let your pets eat any part of it. Enjoy its beauty. But the size that you're getting here for that price is incredible. And actually, a lot of garden centres are just not able to get oleanders.
No, well, basically, I mean, it was to do with plant passports and Brexit and various different reasons. We blame Brexit for everything, right?
But they are.
But it's true.
It's quite, and I won't bore you with it, but it's quite a complex process to get these in the country. They're grown in Sicily. We work with a really respected grower of these. Basically, we've worked with them for many years, so we are able to bring oleanders here to the UK.
We've sort of cornered the market. So
Yeah,
if you do find oleanders for sale anywhere, chances are that they come from us.
Yeah,
ultimately.
And there'll be a lot more. Say the ones from us compared to others, I think, are a lot more established and really good quality. But they're really hard to get hold of, as we were saying.
Yeah.
And this is the pink, and it is the most gorgeous pink, isn't it?
I love it, and it's shades of pink that you're going to get. So some might be a little bit darker, some a little bit lighter.
But they're all lovely.
They're all gorgeous. I love the way that the buds are slightly darker in colour. Look, as you can see there, and then they come out and they fade to this gorgeous kind of blush pink as well. Really easy to look after. It's a plant that we say thrives on neglect. So other than a bit of deadheading as they go over, you can kind of just leave it to do its own thing. And once it gets established, it is drought tolerant as well.
I mean, in their native countries, they'll grow by the sides of roads in Spain and sometimes not get a drop of water for weeks, if not months. So they're a really easy one and say perfect for sunny spot and great for balcony as well. And it is a double deal 2 for $19.99. My mum's got one and she's had it quite a few years and it's just glorious. And even though we've not had the best summer, it's still flowered a lot, surprisingly.
Yeah, I mean, it wants a nice sunny position for sure. I wouldn't put it in a shady position, so it wants a good amount of sunshine and daylight.
And don't even put it in kind of part shade because it'll just go leggy.
Yeah,
it really
try and reach for the sun.
Yeah, it wants full sun. So that sunny balcony sounds perfect.
Yeah, I think that would be a perfect place for it. Because when we say full sun, we mean 6 hours minimum. Basically, that's essentially what full sun means. And if it's getting sun from about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you're perfect.
So brilliant deal on those. I know selling really well. 680027. And don't forget to place an order. Very easiest way is on our website, YouGarden.com, but you can give us a call as well, 0844 502 0050. And just very quickly, free postage if you spend over £40. So try and get your basket to over £40. And there is a free gift with every single order as long as you use that offer code YGTV3124. And your free gift today is this gorgeous scabious.
Yeah, the scabious, the naughtier, and this one's actually got a little flower coming off it as well. These are great, aren't they? Because they kind of have that lovely wildflower, cottage garden style feel. Very reliable. Comes back year after year. You don't need to do anything. All you need to do is enter the offer code YGTV3124. This will magically appear in your basket. That code there also unlocks all of the other price deals, savings, double ups, buy one get ones, all of those, including our our postage promotion as well. It's great.
Great to get a freebie, isn't it?
I love a freebie.
Now, I have to say, the best plants in my mum's garden right now, which are from YouGarden, are the hibiscus.
Yeah, hibiscus are looking great at the minute, aren't they?
They really are. And this one today, called Hibiscus Sugar Tip, is one of the most beautiful that we have ever brought you. It is stunning. Now, what I'll say about hibiscus, they look like they would only grow in a Mediterranean country, and there are some varieties that will only grow in a hot climate, but the ones that we have on YouGarden, these are fully winter hard. We say about winter hard, it's about -10. They flower this time of year, so July, August, so a little bit sort of like late summer into early autumn. They are exceptionally easy to grow.
Yeah, you don't need to do anything to them, do you? You don't even really deadhead them either, do you?
No.
Their flowers just drop off.
My mum, she's got a really quite, where they are in her garden, sunny, but the ground is actually quite poor. It's quite stony, it's not great. And do you know what? The hibiscus there, they come back every year, they flower magnificently, they need very little pruning, they grow in this lovely kind of natural goblet shape.
Yep.
The only thing we do say is they lose the leaves in winter and sometimes they're really slow to come back into leaf. So it can sometimes be May till you get leaves on them. It's quite often the last thing to bounce back, but do not panic.
Yeah, I mean, this year they were actually on a par with everything else. They did come back into leaf quite early this year.
So like April-ish.
They really did, but some years it can be just a little bit delayed. The point of difference, I think, with this particular hibiscus is, I mean, you've got these lovely double flowers on here, ruffled petals, kind of extra interest. The ones I've got are not the doubles. They're really pretty, but this has got loads of them. Plus, you've also got variegated foliage on this one as well. Now, you don't get variegated foliage on other types of hibiscus.
In fact, Bex, I think this is the first one I've seen with variegated
Yeah,
on the
it
show.
is, absolutely.
Yeah.
I've not brought one with variegated foliage before. So you've got a couple of points of interest here. Beautiful double flowers, multiple petals, and you get that variegation on those leaves as well. You can see the tips are just starting to change. As this matures and grows, you'll get that extra variegation, just that extra layer of interest.
I think I might need to buy Sugar Tip.
I know, Sugar Tip is gorgeous.
She really is. I love hibiscus. I have got a few in my garden.
And look how dark the buds are as well. Again, another one that's got the really dark buds and then opens up into this paler pink flower. They're so pretty.
I think it's just gorgeous. Why would you not want that hibiscus in your garden?
And variegation on leaves really does make the plant stand out more so than non-variegated plants.
I always think it makes
kind of tricks the eye. It brings it forward.
It just makes it look a lot more interesting as well, doesn't it? That is just absolutely gorgeous.
It's a big plant as well. In that 19-centimetre pot for $14.99, I think that's a pretty good price, you know.
And they grow to about 1.5 metres.
Yeah, they can
maybe
do.
a little bit more.
Maybe a bit more. But they Shaun already said it, they naturally grow into a goblet shape. They have this nice kind of natural growth like this. So minimal pruning is going to be required as well.
I mean, I've got, in my garden, I've got hibiscus and Lavatiera. My mum's got the same. And I'll be honest, I love the Lavatiera, but it's a bit more wild and everywhere. Yeah. And this is definitely just a little bit more structured. Absolutely stunning. And first time we've had that one, 511073.
Apparently we've got a question from Ruth. We need to go to
Hello, Ruth.
Compost. Stuart, please ask for me, can I keep the hairy lip ferns indoors? I'm going to say no. I'm
going to say no as well.
There are other ferns that you can get for indoors. It can be quite tricky. Oh, they're too small. What, the Boston fern? Check out, okay, Ruth, do check out Boston fern, which is called Nephrolapis exultata.
Well remembered.
NEPH, Nephrolapis exultata. You might even be able to type in Boston fern and it will come up. We've got a couple of different varieties of Boston fern. Honestly, the one that we've got in the 17-centimetre hang pot, it's this big. It's beautiful, but it's really tricky to take outdoor plants indoors because they just don't like that change in environment. But this is an incredible indoor fern. Honestly, it's beautiful. So I would go for that.
I've got that one.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've got it in the bathroom. Loves it.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's quite an easy one to look after as well. It's not one that requires loads of attention. It just doesn't, it can cope with sort of medium light levels. It can grow up to 1 metre by 1 metre. It doesn't have to, though, if that's too big. But yeah, that's a beautiful one. I think there's a slightly lower priced one as well. If you want to go for the lower priced one that'll grow into a bigger one, you've got options in there. So Ruth, have a little look at that one.
I've got that one, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. And it does look very similar to the outdoor ferns.
And you can have it hanging, or you can have it in a pot. So you've got options with depending on where you want to put it. So do have a look at that Anne. But it was Anne, wasn't it? No,
yes.
Ruth.
Right, Ruth was it.
Sorry, it was Ruth. Apologies. But Ruth, do use our code YGTV3124 because then you'll get the plant, but you'll also get your free gift as well.
Yes.
And you
and if you spend over £40, you would get free postage as well. Yeah. But that's a really good one. So I've got that one myself, and it looks great. And it's very low maintenance. Yeah. Right, we need to talk about compost now, because if you are brand new to YouGarden, the best-selling product that we have, the most popular, the one that is actually used on the nursery to grow all of our plants is this compost right now, our premium vegetable compost. And honestly, it is. We think it's the best stuff ever, the best compost ever, and the fact that we grow hundreds of bare root roses every year in this compost. We make up tens of thousands of hanging baskets in this compost.
Oh, we'll have winter baskets coming soon. How depressing is that?
We actually have. They've already been planted up. The pansy cool waves have been planted up right now in this compost. And we are doing 2 bags of 50 litres for just $24.98. If you are a club member, you save $2.50 on this compost every single time that you order. And what is really interesting is that we must have opened up in our time hundreds of bags of this, hundreds and hundreds of bags, but every single time the compost feels, smells, looks identical.
It does.
I don't know if you've ever sort of like bought a different brand of compost and suddenly you bought bought it one week and you've opened it and thought, oh, it's not the same. It smells different. It's lumpy, it's bumpy. The consistency with this is incredible. But we're going to break down what's actually in it.
Yeah, so let's start with the composted wood fibre. Incredibly well composted as well. Look, as I run through this, can you see any great big twigs in there? You know, the largest kind of chunk is sort of that big, you know. It's such a good compost, really well composted, and it's got 50% of that composted wood fibre in there, which gives it this lovely open, airy texture, and that is so important. Think about a tiny plant, a little plug plant, trying to grow its roots. If the compost is too thick, too claggy, too heavy, those roots are going to find it really hard to get in there. If you're a teeny tiny little seed just germinating, it can be really hard to poke up through anything that's really thick and heavy. This compost has the best structure for all of those plants.
Now, you've also got 3 different types of peat in there. You've got white peats, dark peats, and renewable peats like sphagnum moss peat. And we know that as the world is moving towards peat-free, so what we've done, we have reduced the quantity of peat over the years. We now put in the minimum amount to give you maximum results. But I think it's fair to say a lot of us have maybe tried peat-free composts and we've been a bit disappointed.
Yeah.
You know, certain peat-free composts do not hold on to water very well. They don't hold on to nutrients that well. So we've still got that peat in there, which is crucial, enabling your plants to really, really grow, to gain their strength, but we have cut down on the quantity, so the minimum amount to give maximum results. Now, I can see you're searching for the slow-release fertiliser. There's actually a lot of that in here,
Yeah, no need to search too hard. They find these little green balls all the way through the compost. That contains the fertiliser, the feed, so that coating just sort of breaks down, releases the feed into the compost, feeding your plants for a good 5 to 6 months once you plant them in there. Obviously, you still need to do your water-based feed, get you blooming fast, still be doing that, but your plants being able to get hold of feed as and when they need it, particularly when they're little, that's really important.
And it's like an insurance that you've got there.
Yeah.
Now, it's actually been really nice and hot the last week or so, hasn't it?
It has.
But that also means that if you've got pots and hanging baskets, they've probably dried out.
Yes.
And it's amazing that on a sunny day, a hanging basket can go from looking glorious in the morning to looking shriveled by late afternoon. What you've also got in here is what we call a wetting agent. And what that does, when you water your hanging basket or your pots, the water sticks to the compost, so it reabsorbs that water very, very easy and quickly. And I think most people, I bet you've been in a situation where you've used a different compost, you've made a hanging basket, you go to water it, and all the water goes over the side, straight out. And that is really annoying. And we've all been there, I've done it. You know, occasionally I've used a different compost, tried to water, and it's all gone over the side, which is a waste of water, makes you wet, and it's really annoying. But that wetting agent allows the water to stick to the compost and rehydrate it instantly, pretty much instantly. There's also pH buffer.
Yeah, so this puts the acidity, alkalinity levels just somewhere around neutral, which is the perfect place for the majority of your plants to live in. Whether that's house plants, whether that's outdoor plants, probably I'm going to say about 98% of the things that you're planting outside. There's a few things that are going to really want the ericaceous compost, like your azaleas and your rhododendrons. We have that available on our website. Just search for ericaceous compost, get yourself a bag of that if you need it. But it's been designed to be perfect for the majority of everything else you're going to plant.
And I spent last week repotting some of my houseplants in this, because it's something we forget to do. And you're suddenly looking at houseplants, don't you, think, oh, that looks a bit miserable. Yeah. But quite often they've been sat in the same little bit of compost for years. Yeah. So do also think about some of your houseplants, because this is brilliant for your houseplants, and we'll give them, I promise you, that new lease of life. So you get 100 litres. You also get your free gift. Postage is included with this as well. So $22.48 if you are a club member, and it really is worth joining the club just for your compost. But very busy this morning. So thank you so much for all of your orders, but we have got a fantastic show. I think it's the best we've had in ages, don't
It's a really good one, yeah.
Is.
We've got a nice selection, plus we've got some really keen deals.
Some really keen deals. I mean, ridiculous. Some of the prices, it almost feels like we're giving things away. It really is. But let's remind you of some of the offers we've had this morning so far on YGTV. So we're doing a fantastic offer on the Euphorbia minus Merlo. Euphorbia, fantastic clump-forming plants. This one is particularly nice because it's got really kind of dark burgundy foliage. gorgeous yellow flowers on here as well. And you get all 3 for £9.99. Very low maintenance, look great in pots. They're pretty good in sort of semi-shade, so they don't require a huge amount of sun. And all you need to do is just tie them up every now and again. And that is 511386. Then if you want flowers for about 9-10 months of the year, this is definitely the one to go for. It's the Erysimum bulbs mauve. It's a wallflower, it's a perennial wallflower that will literally flower from February, March, all the way through to even November. It is stunning in terms of colour as well. It's this absolutely gorgeous mauve. And it's just a true performer. It's really reliable. Again, part shade, does really well. Great for kind of the middle of the border, I should say. And you are going to get all 3 of those at £9.99. Really quite fast growing as well. It's amazing how quickly that can grow and spread. Now, for me, the best deal on the show, and in fact, well, nearly everyone's been going for this today. It is the deal of the week, which is the Salvia Lips collection. Now, some of you are multi-ordering these, and I can't blame you at all. So you get 3 lovely varieties, and they're all different. You get cherry lips, amethyst lips, and you're getting hot lips that we're looking at right now. And again, it's a very, very long flowering plant. Starts to flower kind of May time, flowers all the way through summer. Requires very little attention, so you don't need to deadhead it. I mean, do give it a feed if you remember, but just really, really consistent in terms of its flowering performance. And the flowers are not huge, but you get masses of them, which creates this beautiful, beautiful carpet of colour. I know Neil sent a picture of his Salvia in earlier, and yeah, looked absolutely beautiful. And Tony, this is our friend Tony's Salvia right now, looking absolutely magnificent. They're amazing plants and just so reliable. I mean, how many flowers can we see there? God, hundreds and hundreds. So that's the Salvia Lips collection. It is the deal of the week, saving a massive £19. That is a must-have. Absolutely brilliant value for money. Working out less than £1.33 per plant. Don't forget, by the way, if you don't spend £40, you will be paying postage, but it is £6.99 per order. We then brought you the classic ground cover roses. Now, these don't grow tall. These will only grow to a maximum about 60 centimetres, but they spread widthwise, so they can cover about 1 metre in terms of width. You will get hundreds of like miniature roses that look adorable. Very easy in terms of pruning at the end of the season, end of sort of like, I would say, end of October maybe, just really can just trim those right back, or do it in springtime. Got them right back. You could even use a hedge trim if you wanted to, and they will bounce back into bloom the following year. Absolutely gorgeous, those. And often used in commercial displays because of their magnificent performance. Then we brought you another fantastic perennial, which is the Rudbeckia, and this is the Rudbeckia goldsturm variety. Amazing. We are doing 3 of these in 9 centimetre pots for £6.99. Now, this particular plant flowers again July, August, so kind of towards the back end of summer. It produces these gorgeous, very simple flowers with beautiful kind of golden, yellowy, orange petals, that lovely cone in the centre. Brilliant for pollinators, this one, they absolutely love it. But a very, very effective plant, and I think works really well when planted en masse. So you are getting 3 of those, and they will brighten up any bed or border. Really nice in pots those as well. 560-076. We're also doing a promotion which is a buy one get one free mix and match. I mean, this is brilliant. So if you go to our show page, YouGarden.com, look for that logo there, click on it, you'll see all of the products that we have got available. But when you get to the copper shield fern and the hairy lip and the Rudbeckia, the foxglove, the painted lady and the delphinium, all of those are in 2 litre pots and a £9.99, and you can mix and match them. And I know with the Delphinium it says $14.99. Do not worry. When you add the offer code, there you go. Because we're doing the mix and match, so that one has come up as free there. It's so good, isn't it? But you do always need to use that offer code. So with now I'm thinking there we've got 3 Rudbeckia, 1 Delphinium. No, that's fine. I like that basket. But I feel like we should put some ferns in there as well, don't you? Go on, let's put some ferns in because they've been proving really popular today. Ferns have done really well this year. They've loved the kind of moist environments. So we're going to put the copper shield in there and the hairy lip. And again, one of those now will be absolutely free. Hang on. I'm just adding up how many we got in here now. We've got 1, 2, 3, got a free Rudbeckia and a free Delphinium. So that is really good, isn't it? It's a mix and match. But what we've done, I'm just thinking there, we've got 5, so we're missing a freebie, aren't we? So we've got, is that right now? Yeah, we've got 2 free Rudbeckia, brilliant, I was going to say. So always make sure you've got an even number because it is a mix and match. Buy 1, get 1 free there. But there's 6 items there, 3 ferns, the Delphinium, the Rudbeckia and the foxglove. They are all in the mix and match. Buy 1, get 1 free at £9.99. But if you have just joined us, a very, very good morning. Welcome to YouGarden TV with myself, Shaun, and the lovely Bex. And we're live till 2 o'clock. We love it when you interact. So if you want to be part of the show, you can email us ygtv@yougarden.com. You can join the group chat on Facebook and, of course, on YouTube as well. But we've got something a little bit new for you right now.
Yeah, so it's new this season.
Yeah.
And it's a classic, beautiful red poppy that you're getting here.
And it's called Red Rumble. And it is absolutely gorgeous.
It's a gorgeous colour red, isn't it?
Yeah. But I love the actual petals on here because they're a little bit kind of wavy, aren't they?
Yeah, they're really gorgeous. And of course, you've got that classic dark centre on there. Just quintessentially a poppy, isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. And I was saying on Thursday, I think red poppies in particular, they have, significant meaning to us here in the UK, don't they? Obviously with remembrance and things. But poppies in general just are a beautiful plant to have in your garden. It might be, that you're planting it for a reason, which I do think, roses, for example, a lot of people plant them because of weddings, births, memorials, those sorts of things. And I think poppies can fall into that category as well.
And I love the kind of natural nature of poppies. They're great for that kind of country cottage garden look. This one is a little bit more compact though, isn't it?
Yeah, so it can reach a good sort of maybe 3 feet in height, but it is a little bit more compact than other varieties out there.
Sprawl a bit more, I should say.
Absolutely, so this one stays a little bit more neat, a bit more compact. You have luscious, gorgeous foliage with poppies as well. It's not just all about the flower, it sits above that luscious foliage too.
Now, you are going to get 3 of them for $14.99. They will be flying next year now.
Next year, yeah. I don't expect to get any this year. Normally, poppies are in flower sort of May, June time. Once they get established, once they've flowered, you can actually cut them back and get them to come for a second flush.
Sometimes you do get, I know with my mum's, yes, sometimes she does get a second flush.
You can, but I think that's going to be once the plant has got established. So yeah, you won't be getting them now, but it's a great time to get these plants now because obviously you can get them in, you can get them planted, you're getting a head start on next year. So you'll get bigger and better display next year, basically.
I just think they almost remind me of like a chiffon, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're really
taffeta, like a gown or something.
They're just gorgeous.
Apparently we've got a question on Facebook.
Hello, Lynn.
Hello, Lynn.
Morning.
Welcome. She's gone for what? The Lavatera and the Hibiscus from last week.
Good choices.
What soil does she put them in? Well, you've got both of these.
I have, and
one.
You do not need any special soil. I mean, if you put them in pots, our prima facie compost would be superb. But no, all soil types for those.
They're not fussy.
They're not fussy at all.
Not fussy in the slightest.
You'll be pleased to know.
Lovely. That's always good, isn't it? Unfussy plants.
And actually, what we should say as well, if you ever are unsure about a plant that you've bought and you're thinking, oh, hang on, what position does it need? What soil? On our website, with any plants, if you type it in, so say if you typed in now the red rumble poppy, there's always little icons at the top that will tell you things like winter hardy, whether it's like sunshade, whether it's great for pollinators, whether it's got the RHS Award of Garden Merit, what soil type, what position. So all of our plants have got great information on our website.
Yeah.
And there's all your planting information, there's hints and tips as well. So if you ever forget, What we've said, go to our website and all the plants are there. And we even, Bex and I also, we put little videos on there, little reels.
Yeah, we're trying to update as many, obviously there's lots of plants, so it's taken us a bit of time, but we are trying to update all of the plants with little videos of us telling you about the plant and what they need and things like that.
I don't know how many we've done, but...
we probably haven't even scratched the surface, to be honest, but we are powering through.
Done a few hundred, haven't we?
Definitely. Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Talking of, I think poppies work brilliantly in borders, but if you had a large enough pot, you could grow a poppy in a pot, couldn't you?
You certainly could.
Size,
right, I'll tell you what, let's get
We're
all
going to
these
bring in
out.
the helix, I think, because the helix is an absolutely fantastic pot if you are... Oh, we've done 313 web videos. Stu's
well done, Stu.
So these helix are an incredible price because actually you're going to get 4 of these. So you can buy one if you want to. Don't buy 2 or 3 because it's actually cheaper to buy 4 than it is to buy 3 or 2 of these.
And if you actually buy 4, it works out £6.25. Which is incredible. If you're a club member, it's even better.
I was trying to do fast maths the other day when you weren't here, and I'm just not good at it. I've learned I'm not good at fast maths.
I've always, I mean, there's many things that I'm not good at, but maths, I'm pretty good at maths. So they are, work out £6.25 each. Now they are really well-made pots, just to show you. Drainage, simple. I think a lot of us have experienced plants getting waterlogged in the last several months. Rain, we've had a lot of rain. And if you don't have enough drainage holes in your pots, things can very easily get waterlogged. And a lot of plants will die if they've got wet roots. Not all, but a lot will. So you've got brilliant drainage, you don't need to get your drill out. They look like a really kind of chalky aged terracotta, but they're man-made, which means that they won't crack, they won't break, they're frost resistant, UV resistant. You've also got, if you can see there, you've got the strengthened edge to that. So when you move them around, very easy to get a good grip, but again, very unlikely that they'll ever crack or break, and a really good size. They're 40 centimetres, so you get an awful lot in there, actually.
Yeah, great size. You could happily plant a poppy in there. I mean, I think this will work for so many different things. The oleander would happily go in there. The Acer would go in there.
Yeah, look at this.
You know, our patio olive spiral trees would go in there. You could put a Salvia hot lips in there quite happily.
How good
you could
does
put a
that look?
Rudbeckia in there. It's a great size.
That is, for me, that instantly looks
Holidays.
fantastic, doesn't it?
Feels like holiday.
And a lot of us now, we do container gardening. I think because there are so many lovely pots that you can buy. I mean, in my day, plastic pots looked awful.
Yes. And you know what? There are some still awful looking plastic pots out there.
Yeah, there are.
They really are. And I'm shocked that they're still available because they're rubbish. They're not UV stabilised. They're not frost resistant. They're going to last a season. Then they're going to become plastic waste.
And Bex, are you amazed how expensive pots come in the garden centres as well?
Absolutely.
The garden centres are... God, I'm
Licence to print money, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, there's a few really nice garden centres near where I live, but I look at the prices and they are just, for me, extortionate.
Yeah.
But people, I mean, they'll go in there, they'll impulse buy maybe. But we're a real working nursery. We have outstanding pricing. And I think you'll agree, $6.25 if you buy 4 of those is a phenomenal price for a pot that looks so great and is so well designed and well made. But you always need to use that off code. Don't forget YGTV 3124. Now we're going to move on to Agapanthus. Now, Bex has not had success with her Agapanthus. But there is a reason, and do you know, we all...
I think I know the reasons. I think I do know the reasons.
Yeah, we all sometimes do things in our garden. We think, I shouldn't have done that, I shouldn't have put that there. I've got a few plants in my garden, I'm like, why did I put it there?
Yeah.
So, Agapanthus, you get 3 of these for $11.99, but there are some golden rules that you need to follow.
Golden rules. So, first of all, don't put it in our premium professional compost, I think is my first rule here. Our premium professional compost is fantastic, but I think it's too rich for Agapanthus, and that's what I've done with mine. So I have contained it. It likes a hug. It doesn't want space, so it needs to be in a nice small pot. That's what I've done with my Agapanthus, but I put it in our premium professional compost. It actually wants poor soil. If it's in happy, luscious, rich, nutrient-rich soil, it's like, I don't need to do any work.
Nah.
I'll give you some foliage, but I'm not going to give you flowers.
A lot of plants flower when they're actually stressed.
Under stress, yeah. They're trying to ensure their survival.
Yeah.
So I think I've put my Agapanthus in too happy a position. I've contained the roots, but I've put it in a too nutrient-rich soil.
You gave it too much love,
I gave it too much love, basically. So yeah, those are the two things, really. So slightly poor soil and make sure that the roots are, contained, that it feels hugged.
But they do love full sun.
Excuse me.
Do bear that in mind. They love full sun.
They do, absolutely. They want a sunny position. Now, this is the sort of taller one, isn't it? So this can get to about 3 feet, maybe even 4 feet in height once it gets established. I wouldn't expect that straight away. And it needs maybe it's going to spread by about maybe 50 centimetres, so a couple of feet. So just putting that in your heads, because you're getting 3 of these. So if you're planting them together, you might want to give them a bit of space in between them so that they can fill out.
I tell you what, though, when they do flower, they are magnificent. I mean, there's nothing average about an Agapanthus.
They're the showstoppers, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, supermarkets now and florists, they actually sell Agapanthus as a cut flower. Very, very expensive, but they look amazing. And although these get really tall, as we said, they can get to about 1 metre or so, the stems are always strong enough to support the flowers. So you don't need to stake them, you don't need to... I mean, I'm having to stake a few of my lilies at the moment, and I'll be honest, they look a bit messy.
Yes.
Too many sticks.
Yeah.
Too many bits of string.
I've left a couple of my lilies just going sideways, so I couldn't be bothered.
Well, I mean, there are some attractive plant supports, but I've run out of them, so I've had to stake a few things. They do not need support, and they look magnificent. Now, we've had a question about the colour of the pots, because we have got a bit of news, because you probably noticed our pots, some are in darker pots, some in beige, and the beige are the new ones.
Yes.
And there's a good message with these.
There is. So these can go into your recycling bins, basically. So that's great from an environmental point of view. Chances are you're not going to, because if you're anything like me or Shaun, you've got stacks and stacks and stacks of pots sat around the side of the house waiting to be used for your seeds and things.
I never ever throw pots away. Never.
Yeah.
Because you may always need them.
You might need them, absolutely. And we're all gardeners the same. We've got stacks and stacks of them. But it is a great message that if you do need to get rid of a few, if you do need to recycle some, you can with these. They can go into your recycle bin.
Now, if you have just joined us, by the way, good morning. Welcome to YouGarden TV. It's lovely to have your company. Don't forget, always use the offer code YGTV3125. That unlocks all of the promotions. It will give you free postage if you spend over £40. If you spend under £40, postage is capped at £6.99. Any plant that's got a winter hardy symbol has got a lifetime guarantee as well. So anything that's classed as winter hardy will have a lifetime guarantee. And what that means is if the plant dies, then get in touch with us, we will replace it free of charge. All you would ever pay is the postage. So any of the winter hardy plants have got a lifetime guarantee. If you are not a club member, you can join the club for as little as £5 today, and that will give you a 10% discount on all the plants, the compost and the pots. And so many other offers, but for £5 on auto renewal that you can cancel at the end of the 12 months, you'll get 10% off every plant and accessory, 5% off every outdoor living and gifts order. You'll even get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers as well, and exclusive offers, competitions and expert advice. The only difference between the memberships, by the way, you may be thinking, what's the green one, what's the purple one, what's the difference? There's a £5 difference. The only reason that we offer you both is because some people may be thinking, well, I don't want the auto renewal because the green one is auto renewal. But you know what? If you decide you don't want to continue, you can cancel at the end of the 12 months, and that is it.
Yeah.
So I would always go for the auto renewal because you save an extra £5.
Absolutely. Totally.
Now, we've got a question, haven't we?
Yes, we have. So Neil has asked the question about the Agapanthus. Neil is saying, if I bury all 3 Agapanthus in their pots... Well done, because that's a great way of keeping the... Yeah, I know, I'm getting there still, hold on. It's a great way of keeping the roots hugged, but if you was to bury all 3 Agapanthus in pots into a larger pot, what size pot should he bury them in?
Because they get tall, I would actually go for a decent sized pot on those.
I would. Now, the biggest pot that we've got is the Durham Extra Large, which is that one there. Now, it's 44 centimetre. I think that would maybe work for the first year, but I do think they'd need splitting out after that. Because they will fill out, they'll get bigger, won't they?
Yeah, but he's going to keep them in the pots, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to keep them in the pots so they have their roots hugged. Durham extra large
I think
could
so.
work.
Because you've got to imagine the height of those, it will get to about a metre. So you want the kind of, you want that balance, don't you?
Absolutely, you need a big pot to balance it out.
But I think you would get away with a helix as well, don't you?
Yeah, to be honest, you would.
I think so.
Either of those, to be honest, Neil. Just a quick one on the chat. Olwen says, morning everyone, I will be flitting in and out. I'm cleaning the bathroom. Oh, that's a horrible job, isn't it?
Who's cleaning the bathroom?
Olwen.
Olwen, oh,
she
bless
says,
you.
I have 6 of the Papava poppy in my family memorial garden and my gold medal compost, which is absolutely gorgeous.
Lovely to hear from you, Olwen, as always.
Nice, always.
I love you, Olwen.
Good to hear, Olwen. Everyone's asking how Olwen is. Obviously, we send our love to you, Olwen. I know you've had some rough times lately. Bless you.
Well, hopefully...
Cleaning the bathroom, that is a job.
You made me think I really need to clean our bathroom.
Yeah, it's a horrible job. I don't like doing it.
I know.
I've got 3 boys, so, you know.
Great.
It's a great job to do.
I hate cleaning, full stop.
Like it.
Choice of cleaning or gardening, I'd always garden.
Always.
Choice of cooking or gardening?
Gardening. I like cooking, but gardening.
Gardening, yeah.
Gardening.
Yeah. Choice of shopping, I hate food shopping, you see, as well. I find that boring.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah. Gardening, I think, is definitely the best way to spend your time.
Totally.
I'm always happy gardening that. And time goes so quickly, doesn't it?
It flies by.
Doesn't it? When you're out in the garden, don't you always feel good when you've got some gardening done and you can sit back and enjoy it. Anyway, we better move on. So, Agapanthus, don't forget, we're fantastic. But we have now got one of my favourite grasses of all time. It's the Imperator Red Baron blood grass. It is the most stunning grass that you could ever imagine. And what happens, it comes back in springtime green, so it dies down during the winter. It comes back green in springtime. Then it starts to turn red as we head into like June, and then as we head into autumn, the reds become more burgundy, and it is the most striking grass that you could ever imagine. Kind of mid-size, so 50-60 centimetres. It will spread, it does form lovely clumps. You can divide it as well, but I can honestly say, out of all the grasses we have here at YouGarden, this is one of the most breathtaking and most striking. And we were saying that certain plants have fared well this year because of the wet climate. Grasses are another one. They've really thrived.
Yeah, super easy to look after, low maintenance gardening, absolutely stunning colours. Definitely put it in a sunny spot if you want that bright red colour, but winter hardy.
Yeah.
Comes with our lifetime guarantee. That one's a total winner. Love that you're getting 3 of those as well.
But it will die down in the winter, we should say. So don't worry,
it will do, yeah.
It has a nice little sleep and then bounces back in springtime. But they look great in beds and borders, great with, say, just in pots, as lovely potted displays. But I also think planting in threes can really work. A lot of garden designers plant in threes. I'm trying to do a lot more threes in my garden.
Yeah, see, I just do random planting, but it does make a massive difference when you see that carefully placed.
I've had the unfortunate experience of seeing some beautiful gardens. I say unfortunate, but I've kind of come away.
It makes you look at your own, though, doesn't it? That's the problem.
And to be fair, one of the gardens that I went to visit the other week had been designed by a very famous garden designer, but it gave me inspiration. You look and you go, but there was lots of repeat planting and threes. So to get 3 of those, it could look great amongst your beds and borders, but also 3 of those in pots could look fantastic.
Yeah, really good.
Right, we're going to move on now to...
Baby Buddleja.
Yes.
It's a baby Buddleja as well.
This one.
I love this. You know, I do love Buddleja, but the traditional Buddleja, the traditional purple, too big, too leggy. I just find it looks a bit messy, personally. It's not for me. This one, however, would fit perfectly into any garden space because it does stay a little bit more compact. We are only talking sort of at its maximum 3 feet in height and the same sort of spread. Compare that to a traditional Buddleja and we are talking nice and compact. So smaller garden, smaller spaces, even in a pot, this would look fantastic. And it's that gorgeous colour.
I was going to say that colour is just so much more interesting.
So much more interesting.
It's called Little Ruby, and it is like a perfect ruby red. And I'll be honest, I have got the traditional Buddleja, the Davidii, the sort of like purple one, and the reason I've got it is because it really attracts butterflies and bees. It's fantastic for your pollinators. It's known as the butterfly bush. So it does have its place, but mine does look a little bit ordinary compared to this, and mine does look a little bit straggly. So this is great for a smaller space, smaller garden, but the colour is a lot more exciting. That ruby red is fantastic. Now, over here, we have got the most stunning Gerberas. And I saw you put these out, Bex, about 10 minutes ago, and I was over the other side of the potting shed, and wow.
Yeah, they're so pretty, aren't they? The colour, the mix. You are getting all three of those included. You get that pink, you that lovely red, that gorgeous bicolour one with the yellow and the orange on there. They are hardy, so you can plant these outside. They are hardy down to about -7. So I would suggest a good layer of Strulch over there just to make sure that you get this display again next year. As they establish, you can get up to about 50 flowers per plant here. So this is great. You've got amazing displays for outdoors, but you can cut them and bring them indoors. And a really long flowering one. They start in around May time. That's when mine started poking its flowers up this year, and they're going to keep going right the way through the summer and into early October.
And they're just, for me, they're just a very neat plant.
Yes.
Those flowers are just so perfect, aren't they?
They are.
And I look, look how many
sturdy
petals
stems
there.
as well,
Yeah.
And this is why they're great in the cut flower industry. You'll always see a Gerbera in a cut flower display because they have these lovely sturdy stems.
Well, it's amazing, actually, the stems are hollow, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
But they're still really sturdy. If you are, and I always give this tip, but if you are bringing them inside, cutting the flowers off and putting them inside for lovely display, just don't use too much water. If you fill the vase totally with water, the stems do go really soggy and their heads do that. So just a few centimetres of water and those will stay a lot more firmer and will last a lot longer. But I love them as a cut flower. But equally, when you see those in the garden flowering all summer long, and when those are established, you get lots of flowers this year, but when they're established, you get 50 or so flowers in the season on each one, which is amazing. I've got any more nice pictures, Bex?
We have lovely Mandy, who's got the balcony garden. We asked for some pictures and she has sent us a few. So we've got some during the daytime and we've got some nighttime pictures as well. So that's really pretty. I love that, just attached to the railing there. And of course you can see that beautiful view beyond there as well. So it's really pretty. Got loads of lovely pictures here. So that's number one.
Thank you, Mandy.
Thank you, Mandy. Hold on, let me find, because there's a gorgeous night. Oh, I love this one.
Oh, yeah.
That's quite a nice picture, isn't it?
Like that one, man. Is that Mandy as well?
One. Yeah, these are all Mandy. Let me find the nighttime view. Oh, this is gorgeous. Look at this. How pretty is that? Lovely sitting out there on a summer evening. There's another one of the nighttime view I want to show you as well.
I think you know what you're doing, Mandy, by the looks of things.
Mandy looks like she definitely knows what she's doing. Hang on.
And the lighting looked great there, didn't it?
That one there.
That's
Look at that.
so pretty.
Love that.
Yeah.
I would love to be sat out there with a little mimosa or whatever that drink was. Was it a tequila sunrise? I don't know. But that cocktail looked gorgeous, whether it was a mocktail or a cocktail. Yeah. Sit out there in the evening with that.
But what a gorgeous space that is.
I love it.
I know when I bought my flat in Leeds, Mandy, the one thing that I insisted on, I didn't care whether it was I had quite a small budget at the time, and I didn't care if it was like a studio flat, a 1-bedroom, but I wanted outside space. And I had a little balcony similar to yours, but it was my little bit of paradise.
Yeah.
It was lovely, and I did have it looking good. Even in the winter, I used to have like my pots, and I put winter bedding in, but it was wonderful. And actually, the plants did really well because it was quite sheltered.
Yeah. Louise has sent a picture of her wisteria. She's saying, this is my wisteria I bought from you earlier this year. As you can see, it's outgrowing the trellis pot, also from you, so I'll be carefully moving it to an arbour at some point. So she's got it in the tower pot.
That's great.
And what I would say is, look, it's entirely up to you, but you don't have to move it at all. You can contain it in that pot. If you've got a space to move it to, then go ahead. You're welcome to move it. But once you prune it back and trim it back, that will stay contained in that pot. It's got that whippy growth on there. You need to give that a little prune at this time of year. Those long whippy bits? Prune it back to about 5 leaf stems, and then again you're going to do that in about January, prune it back to about 3 leaf stems, and that helps to encourage more and better, bigger flowers next year. So that particular variety, that's the Amethyst Falls, that does respond really well, doesn't it? Really responds well. So it can stay in that pot once you do a little bit of pruning, but Louise, if you want to move it, you go ahead. You move it.
But keep those pictures coming in. We love to hear
There's
from
lots
you.
more to show you, but
Good,
we'll
good,
come
good.
back to them.
Now, we are really busy today. We're going to go back to the deal of the week. Hang on, Bex, I just need to move these pots.
He's created a barrier.
Yeah, sorry. We have got today the most amazing deal of the week. So, for 1 week, look at this. Not one, not two, but 3 of the Salvia hot lips. This is a perennial. It flowers for, I'm going to say, probably about 6 months of the year.
Yeah, I would say so. It starts
May time, I'd say May, June, July, August. Yeah, I'd say,
Yeah.
Bex has ordered 3 lots of these.
Yeah, I've got 9 coming. I'm creating a whole border of Salvia lips, basically.
Yeah.
It's going to be beautiful. Can't wait.
And they are just such an easy plant to grow. And I really mean that. I mean, mine has had such little attention this year. I didn't even prune it back. Sometimes I'll really kind of hard prune it back to about 34 centimetres. Forgot to do it this year and it already started to flower, so I've just left it. But honestly, it's had very little in terms of feeding. I haven't deadheaded it. You never need to, but it has flowered and produced hundreds, if not thousands, of flowers. And when you look at the Salvia flower, it's a lovely little flower, isn't it?
It is. It's gorgeous. Quite a unique little shape to it. You get loads of them. They're small flowers, but the fact that you get loads of them really does make it a beautiful shrub to put into any border, all keep in a pot. And of course, it's totally winter hardy. Really easy.
And I have noticed quite a few pollinators on mine as well.
Yeah, pollinators do like it.
But the value today is ridiculous. So it is the deal of the week. You are saving £19. We are looking at £4.97, 560, 668, but you have to order that sooner rather than later. Massive of you are watching today. That is 560, 668. Now, I gather we've got a few more questions.
Yeah, Linda is asking, so she wants 8 hanging baskets, did you say? 8 hanging baskets, and she wants to pop ferns in them with Erigeron, Sea of Blossom. So what fern would we suggest? No, I think we could go for some of the 2 litres that we've got. So, hold on 1 second. Let me just remind myself.
Sorry, these are outside hanging baskets.
Outside hanging baskets. I'm going to suggest. Hang on. I'm just trying to remember my sizes of the 3 ones.
I've never ever put ferns in a hanging basket.
No, but you know what? I don't know why you can't.
No, that could look great.
Hairy lip fern, that one can get to about 1 foot by 1 foot. I wouldn't go for the copper shield because that one can get too big.
Yeah.
But the hairy lip fern will spread by about 1 foot by 1 foot, so that one would work nicely. But maybe even painted lady, because that one stays quite short, about 30, 40 centimetres, but it spreads. So it might drape, might trail.
The only thing with the painted lady is that does die down in winter.
Yes, that's true.
I'd go for the hairy lip.
Hairy lip.
Because that'll look good all year round. And you could actually put some winter bedding around it as well, things like that.
Just going for a Erigeron, that might look really quite interesting.
I
like it as an experiment, for sure. Yeah, give that a go.
Yeah.
Hairy lip, that's what we're suggesting.
Yeah. The only thing I'd say is the Erigeron does like a bit more sun than the fern.
Than the ferns do.
But it could still work.
But hairy lip, I think, can cope with sun more than the others, so...
Listen, give it a go. We can't wait till what that looks like.
It's always worth a try, isn't it?
See, I would have never thought of doing that.
Yeah.
But that could look really good.
I quite like it.
Right, but I'd say the hairy lip because of the size that it grows. Yeah, good choice.
All right, did we have any more questions? You said a couple, Stu.
Right.
Yes. Are we going to do any more deals on the Prisma pots?
I think the green's gone, hasn't it?
Green has gone. Yeah. We do have the pink, but we can't quite do the same value on the pink at the moment. So, yeah, the stock's a lot newer, basically.
But yeah, just keep checking every week because
there'll be a deal
our deals
at some
do
point.
rotate.
Yeah.
So yeah, keep checking.
There will be a deal at some point, I'm sure.
Just keep watching the shows and keep checking the website as well. So any more questions do come to, of course, ygtv@yougarden.com, or again you can join the chat on Facebook and on YouTube as well. But very important, those salvias are ridiculous value for money. But I'm going to let you into a secret at home.
What's that?
So I've just had a flashback. So some of you know I run a garden club in our village.
Yes.
And we do a plant sale every year at the pub, and all the members grow plants, and you know we sell them, and it just raises funds for the club to pay for our speakers. Now, we are cheap because it's a village sale.
Yeah, of course.
We sold salvias, I remember now. Somebody had grown salvias from cuttings, and it was the amethyst lips, and they were £5 each at our plant sale.
Wow! In what, like similar size, 9 centimetre pots?
Not quite as big.
No.
And they bought them. Yeah.
Well, you would, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I would be like that. That's a good price. Why not?
But that was at a village plant sale. So these are working out less than £1.33 each. But it is only for this week. It is the deal of the week, £566.68.
Yeah,
Fantastic
grab that one.
product.
I got 3 on order just before we went live this morning. I'm creating a whole border down my front driveway with those. It's going to look so fantastic. I can't wait.
Yeah.
It's a great price.
I think that's going to look really good.
So good.
Yeah. And I'm going to buy those. I've only got one. I've got the hot lips, but I'm going to buy some more because they're so good. Right, very quickly. Also, we have got... I wish you could hear Stu. It's like, move on, you've been talking about those forever. Right, so we have got the Euphorbia. Now, you can either buy one of these for $4.99.
Great.
Which is really good. If you just
really
want one. 5 to 1, 385. However...
Don't do that.
No. What should we do, Bex?
Go for 3 of them on a different item number, 5 to 1, 386. It's a triple pack, and then $9.99. You get 3 of them, so it's like you're getting one free, basically.
Yeah, it is.
So definitely go for 3 of these. They do look great if you plant them sort of together as well. That'll create a gorgeous full display. Each one of those, I mean, they can get to a good couple of feet in height, and they'll spread by that much as well. So 3 plants is going to fill a glorious area. You could put all 3 together, or you could dot them around in different borders. That is one plant that you're looking at right there. That was earlier on this year. That was probably around May time, I think, April, May time when that video was taken. Gorgeous contrast with the bright green flower bracts against that foliage, but it's evergreen as well. It stays amazing all year.
And I've got several Euphorbias in my garden, including this one, and they look good pretty much all year round. I mean, if it's a really cold, bad winter, some bits may get a little bit damaged by frost, and you might need to just trim them off in the springtime, but generally speaking, they look good all year round. You get all the flowers as well, and they're I like the way they grow. They naturally have a good shape.
Yeah, they sort of naturally grow sort of upright, but in a nice bushy
Yeah.
form. Very tough and resilient. Quick story on mine. Full flower. Worst time to move a plant. Decided to move it. So I did that. Only about by 2 feet to the left, but it needed moving, so I moved it. And it went droopy. It really did not look happy. I was like, oh my word, I have killed this plant. I went and I pruned off all the flowers because I was like, I need you to put your energy into your roots now because I need you to go. It's happy as Larry now. It's back bigger and better than ever. It's started to give me flowers again. So really tough, resilient plants. I don't recommend moving them when they're in full bloom. No. But I'm just pointing it out that I did and it survived.
Now, if you want a free plant today, all you need to do is use that offer code YGTV 3124, and with every order today you will get this gorgeous scabious.
Nautia macedonica.
Not Macedonia.
Right.
It's a gorgeous plant. It's a perennial little flower every single year, and it is part of the scabious group there. We know this one as Melton Pastels.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
Yes.
Absolutely free. Worth £9.99. As long as you enter the code YGTV3124, that will be entered into your basket. But that code is what also unlocks the prices. So you have to enter that code to get these amazing prices and your free gift.
And if you've already placed an order, but you're thinking, oh, actually, no, I've seen something else I like, if you place separate orders, you'll get another free gift. So you get one of those with every order that you place today. Now, in terms of, Bex and I, we're thinking about the plants that we've grown and that we've got in our garden, and honestly, we do not know any other plant that flowers as long as the Bulbs Mauve, because this can flower 9-10 months of the year, and we really mean that. It's called the Erysimum Bulbs Mauve. It's a type of wallflower that honestly starts to flower kind of February, March, and then will flower all the way into September, October, even November. Gorgeous colour to this, so beautiful, beautiful mauve. They are evergreen as well. They require very little care and maintenance. I think they do best in kind of like part shade.
Part shade position. So I've got one that you just saw there in a part shade position. I've got one in a sunny border. The one in the sunny border, meh, it's not particularly happy, to be honest with you. It doesn't do as well as one in the part shade border. So here's a few pictures of mine. And this first picture, you can see the tulips aren't even quite open yet. That was taken, I'm pretty sure that one was April. As I go to the next one, you can see the tulips have gone over. That was in May. If we go to the next one, the Bulbs Mauve is still looking fantastic, by the way.
Yeah.
Go to the next one. We've got June. Alliums are up. Bulbs Mauve looking fantastic. Go to July. Alliums are gone. Bulbs Mauve looking fantastic.
Did you do any deadheading?
No, it was at this point, you can see, actually, if I scroll back through, you can see, look, it's looking really luscious, and so that's when it's just starting, then it looks really full and luscious, still looking good, starting to look a bit leggy. So that's when I've given it a really good deadhead. I should have been doing a little bit of deadheading, but I didn't. I cut them all back, and then you're still left with gorgeous foliage on here, and it stays evergreen throughout the winter. Now it's starting to reflower and give me all of those flowers back again.
I'm even thinking, because I look after the pub garden in the village, and I'm even thinking of these 5 massive planters, and I am thinking of doing Bulbs Mauve in the planters, because what I constantly have to do is like winter, summer, so lots of different bedding plants. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
If I planted just this and maybe just highlighted it with a few little extra plants, then that's 10 months of the year.
Totally.
Those planters are going to look great.
Going to look amazing, with very little effort.
Yeah, so if you're a garden that doesn't have a lot of time, if you want to get maximum impact results with minimum effort, Bulbs Mauve, definitely one for you.
Absolutely.
Fabulous.
Salvia is also another one, actually, where you can get lots of impact with very little effort. This is our deal of the week. It's £4.97, and you will get all 3 varieties: amethyst lips, cherry lips, and hot lips.
Hot lips. But you need to use that code, don't forget, YGTV3124. Now, something that I'm really pleased we've got on the show as well are ground cover roses. I had these in my last garden. Down one side, and they were brilliant because they just covered an entire area. Mine got to about 1 metre in terms of width. Yeah. Height-wise, about up to, I'd say, 50, 60 centimetres. But over the summer, they must have produced hundreds, if not thousands, of miniature roses.
Yeah, they're called a multiflora variety, aren't they? So you get these lovely miniature roses on there in these clusters, and they just flower for such a long time over the summer. No real deadheading, no careful deadheading required either. Like you said, you can take a pair of strimmers and go over it.
You could at the end of the season.
At the end of the season and chop them back. They really don't need all of that care and attention, but they do give lots and lots of flowers. Used a lot in commercial growing because they're so easy but give amazing displays.
Sunny spot is ideal, well-drained soil, but maximum, again, results and impact for minimum effort. And the flowers, they're not huge, I'd say about the size of a 50p piece, but you get hundreds, if not thousands of them. And then another favourite of ours, Rudbeckia goldsturm next. Now, if you are really searching out the deals today, 3 of these for $6.99, which is incredible. Just want to mention postage. You might be looking thinking, oh, but you've also got to pay $6.99 postage. That $6.99 will cover your entire order. So we cap postage $6.99 per order, but if you spend over £40 and use our offer code, you will get free delivery. I always try and get my basket to over £40.
Yeah, if you can, it's well worth it, isn't it?
Even if you just get some compost or some of our pots as well. And Rudbeckia goldsturm, this is one of the most fantastic plants that flowers kind of late summer, so July, August time. Great for the pollinators as those petals kind of reflex down, they open up that cone. But I just think these look really good en masse.
Yeah, they do. They look amazing. And one plant, so I planted one in a 9cm pot last year, got a good sort of 15 flowers from it, nice and late in the season. They're just coming to flower now. Transitional plant, go through into early October, just extending that summer season. But this year mine's even better. I've got 20 odd flowers and buds appearing on that now. It's just got that little bit bigger and it'll just keep multiplying for me. You can divide it as well.
And I notice an awful lot of bees on mine, don't you?
Yeah, they love it.
They
Absolutely,
really do.
They love it.
It's a fantastic one for pollinators. And I know a lot of my gardening friends, they really now are looking more and more into getting plants in their garden that will attract the pollinators. It's so important.
Really important. And perennials as well, you know. You plant this, it's reliable, it comes back for you year after year, looks amazing. So it's a nice cost-effective plant, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I still love my summer bedding and my annuals, but perennials are just such good value.
Find the balance, isn't it?
It is.
You just got to find the right balance. You can't have all that summer bedding because that costs a fortune.
But also, I think what I've learnt with my garden, it takes a while, but you really want interest all year round. And some of your perennials now might be dying back, and I mean, my lupins have gone over. I mean, they might fly again, but at the moment I've just cut all those back. But these are great for the end, I say the end of summer, but July, August time as well. Now, you can either go for the 3 9cm pots at $6.99, or if you want something a little bit more established, we do have the bigger one in the 2 litre pot, and that's part of our mix and match buy one get one free. So we've actually got, if you have just joined us, we have got a special promotion today on 6 of our plants, 3 of the ferns, and the Rudbeckia, and the foxglove, and the delphiniums. So here's the details of the Rudbeckia in the promotion, 560, 717, and that's in the 2 litre pot, mix and match. Also in this promotion is the Digitalis, the foxglove. Again, buy one, get one free at £9.99, and that is 511553. The Delphinium is also part of this mix and match promotion. So again, £9.99, but it's a buy one, get one free, and that is the Magic Fountain. I love Delphiniums. Really beautiful, and so a mixture of colours here, but all of them quite magical. 511552. Now there are 3 ferns in the same offer, and these have been doing really well. The Copper Shield at £9.99, and this is that lovely fern that has those coppery tones. Sort of semi-evergreen, this one, so depending on the position, it may keep its green growth during the winter, it may not, but it will come back every single year, and that's 561200. Loves the shady spots. Then we've got the hairy lip. This is the most compact out of all the ferns, about 30 by 30 centimetres. This one is evergreen. Actually, I forgot to mention earlier, this one will tolerate a little bit of drought as well. So that one is great for under trees. So that out of all the ferns is the most drought tolerant. 561204. And then finally, probably the most beautiful in terms of colour is the Painted Lady fern. Really great description of this one, because you've got burgundies, you've got silvers, you've got greens, and this one will die down in the winter. Do not panic, that does have a nice sleep during the winter, but will come back every single spring. 560 931. Doesn't grow too tall, so that will grow to about 40-45 centimetres, but it does spread widthwise as well. Now, also proving popular in the show today are Agapanthus, and the variety we've got on the show is actually one of the biggest. It's the Africanus Blue, and this one will grow tall, so it can grow to around about 1 metre in terms of height. Stunning, stunning flowers that are quite, I think, quite magical. They make a statement. There is something very dramatic about Agapanthus. Now, they do come from Africa, so they do like a really hot, sunny spot. They do like their roots contained, as we mentioned, so great in pots or great in a confined space, and that's 560 882. You get 3 of those for just £11.99. Now, grasses have been phenomenally popular this season. Chelsea, the Chelsea Flower Show, featured a lot of gardens with fantastic grasses, and one of the most dramatic is the Imperator Red Baron bloodgrass. Grows to about 50-60 centimetres, about 50 widthwise. Comes through green, so the new foliage is green in about March time, but as we head towards summer, it gets these amazing red tips, which will then mature to a burgundy in late summer and autumn time. Very easy to grow. Again, they love a moist, well-drained soil. For the best results colour-wise, a nice sunny spot, and look great in beds and borders, but magnificent in pots as well. 560-017 for the Imperator Red Baron bloodgrass. We also brought you those lovely poppies, the new variety this year at YouGarden, and it is the Papavia Red Rumble. These beautiful, beautiful poppies that are kind of ruffled in appearance. You've got that really dramatic dark centre and the lovely kind of little splodges on the petals as well. They're not going to flower this year, but grow them now, get them in your beds and borders, and you will be rewarded next May and June time. And don't forget, also on the show, we brought you this fantastic oleanders, which are half price, but if you double up, you can get 2 for £19.99. It's a wonderful Mediterranean plant, hardy, we say it's about -5, evergreen foliage, long flowering, and when established, can really survive on very little, so can be very drought tolerant. Loves a sunny spot. The one thing we always say with oleanders, do not eat any part of them, and that applies to humans and of course your furry friends and all of your pets as well. But we've still got loads more to show you. Keep those messages coming in. So you can email us, ygtv@yougarden.com. We would love you to be a part of our, say, live chat on YouTube, Facebook, of course, as well. And we've still got loads to come, Bex.
Yeah, we've still got loads to see.
Yes.
We haven't done it all yet, so stick around and you'll be able to see all of the plants that we've got. But I think we're going to hear from our head gardener, aren't we?
I think we should. It's
all
very
about
important.
Our compost.
So we're here, if you think, oh, who's the head gardener? Now, we are head gardeners here when Peter's away.
Yeah, he said we were allowed to call ourselves deputies, didn't he?
Yes, we're deputies. But when Peter's here, he's definitely the head gardener.
When he's not here, we step into his shoes, right?
Yeah, we love it. But here he is, just to tell you about our amazing club here at YouGarden.
Did you know we have a discount club? And actually, since we've launched it over the years, tens and tens of thousands of people have actually become members. And when you become a member, what do you get? Well, first of all, you get a discount. All of the plants you buy, you get 10% discount, and that's on top of any other discounts you may have. Additionally, you also get 4 vouchers that are each worth £5 when you place an order. So you can place 4 orders over the course of the year and redeem one of those £5 vouchers each time. And even when you think about those expensive capital items, such as lawnmowers, garden machinery generally, etc., you get 5% off those items as well, just by being a member. The best way to join our discount club is to pay £5 per year on auto renewal, which means that at the end of your year, you don't need to take any action. We will automatically just renew your membership. The great thing about that is if you join today and you pay the £5, we guarantee we will never put your price up. So in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, if you're still a member, still enjoying all of those benefits, you will pay no more than the £5 per annum that you sign up to on day one. One of the things I really love about our membership club is you can start using it the day you join. So if you're placing an order today, you literally can join today and get the discount off of that same order the very day you join. This is a great way for you to really buy products for your garden at the best possible prices, and we'll deliver them to you nursery fresh at exactly the right time.
Hi, I'm Stuart from YouGarden TV, and if you've got a smart television and you're not doing it already, you can probably watch our live shows on YouTube. There's a few ways of doing it. Let me show you how. So, if your TV is a smart TV, it'll have applications like iPlayer, like ITVX, and even if you've never used it before, you can use YouTube. All you have to do is open it up and search for YouGarden. So if you search YouTube using this magnifying glass here and type in YouGarden, it'll take us straight to the YouGarden channel. What you want to look for is that circle. Select that and we'll go straight to the YouGarden channel. And then if we're live, it's the first thing you'll see. Select on that and we're watching YouGarden TV. And if you're familiar with technology, you're slightly more advanced, you may even be able to send your picture straight from your smartphone to your TV. Once we've found the show on our smartphone, all we have to do is tap on the screen and look for that little symbol there. And that will show me if there's a television in my house that I can watch the programme on. Press on that TV and it'll broadcast it straight to my set. And the picture will appear on your big TV. Now, if this is all still a little confusing, or if you're not even sure if your TV can do this, just email us, ygtv@yougarden.com, and we'll do what we can to help you out. Thanks for watching.
For years, we have perfected the compost we use on the nursery. I mean, I've literally been in. I started my life in the horticultural industry when I was 15. Or just about 15, 14 and a bit. And I went to horticultural college. I lived and worked on my family nursery, so I've grown things for a living. Now I run this company, and we actually have a separate nursery to this nursery where we produce hundreds of thousands of plants a year. And that would be roses, it would be fruit trees, it would be perennial plants, lavender, you name it. We're growing those sorts of things in big volumes. This year alone, we'll grow somewhere close to 200,000 potted roses ourselves. And the compost we use is this. And the reason that we would use this compost is because, in our experience, it's the best. It gives the best results. It gives consistent results. And it does that because the makeup of the product. So you've got a peat, including peat, compost here. So 50% by volume of what's in my hand is peat. And you'd look at it and say, well, that looks just like all of it is. But it really isn't. 50% is, but the rest isn't. Of the peat that's in there, you've got a blend of sphagnum moss peat and sedge peat. So the sphagnum moss peat is light and airy and has lots of tubes within it. So sphagnum has got little tubes going down the middle of the strands, and that gives an air-water porosity ratio that plants find perfect. Because plants don't just need water, they need air and water, and for that to be in the right proportions. The sedge peat actually does the opposite. The sedge peat retains moisture, so it actually is a bit heavier, a bit claggier, so it will hold moisture. Then you've got the wood fibre in it. Now you can see the strands of wood fibre, they're very short. And in fact, you can see the slow release fertiliser popping out. Oh, there we are, look, she's got it. There we are, Bex has got it. Loads of, now we put that in because it feeds the plants from the moment you plant them in there. And we make our compost fresh. So the reason we make it fresh, so when you get it, the nutrients that are in it have not yet started to deploy. So you can actually expect to get anywhere between 3 and 6 months of nutrients gradually drip feeding from that slow release fertiliser into the compost and feeding your plants via the roots. All of these things are considered carefully by us from a professional perspective, and we know that this gives great results. Now, we are trialling and testing other composts alongside this on a regular basis, and I can absolutely assure you that this year again, this spring again, we've done multiple trials. This compost is the winner. It's the winner for roses, it's the winner for fruit trees, it's the winner for lavender, it's the winner for, you know, all of the perennials we grow, from thousands and thousands of hydrangeas that we grow each year. Magical Matterhorn, if you bought that potted, or Magical Candle, if you bought that potted, that was grown on our nursery and is in this compost. So our confidence is high. You can use this product with confidence, and I can tell you it's the only compost I use at home. It really is.
Yeah, it's always good to hear from our head gardener there. So thanks ever so much, Peter, for telling us all about the club and the compost. It's brilliant stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, and please, if you're not a member of the club, join right now. You can save so much money, say, just by joining the club today, and you'll save 10% on your plants every single time you order, and your compost on your pots. Now, we've got something brand new coming up. I say brand new, something I've not seen for ages, and something that I've never grown.
Yeah, no, me too.
I've tasted them, they're delicious, but
and
I've never grown the Tayberry.
I want to make space for this, because I really like the idea of growing Tayberries, not only because you can't get them anywhere, like you can't, I've never seen them for sale in shops, have you?
No, I've only, a friend of mine grows them, so
yeah.
I've tasted them. I think the reason why you don't see the Tayberry in shops, they don't travel very well, do they?
No, they don't travel very well. So this is a mixture, it's a hybrid. It's a mixture between a blackberry and a raspberry. Yeah. It's what Stu calls witchcraft, but it's just clever breeding, basically. They've mixed the two things together. So one of those is very sweet. You know, raspberries tend to be quite sweet. Blackberries tend to be a little bit sour. Put the two things together and you have got a marriage made in heaven, haven't you?
Honestly, I have tried these and they are delicious. And they're a good size as well.
Yeah.
Bigger than a raspberry.
Absolutely.
Really
They're
fleshy.
Slightly elongated, delicious, juicy, absolutely amazing. And we've got a bit of a deal here where you can go for one for $9.99, or you can go for three for $19.99. 9 is that? Thank
yeah,
you.
your eye's not good today.
I need my glasses. But basically, you can get 1 free is essentially what we're saying here. Now, a couple of tips for you. So this flowers, or fruits rather, on last year's stems. So if you take a look at the plant, what we're going to do, yeah, it's quite obvious on this one.
There you go.
You've got the green shoot here, look, that I'm holding. That's this year's stem, which means it's going to be next year's fruiting stem. So what you want to do is train that, let's say, to the right. The woody one, that's last year's growth. What we're going to do is we're going to trim that off, basically. So this one is going to be my fruiting stem for next year. Then next year, as I get new growth coming, I'm going to train that off going to the left. And that's basically what you constantly do. So you never get mixed up which one's you're fruiting and which one's done with. Once it's finished fruiting, you trim it back down to the ground. That means next year you're going to the other side, and you constantly just keep alternating.
And that means you're going to get that fabulous crop every single year.
Every single year. And another top tip, if you can do it, and I highly recommend it, is don't just let it climb upwards, train it off to the left, as horizontal as you can get it. What it does is it stresses the plant slightly. When you stress the plant, it's basically then trying to ensure its survival, so it'll send up more shoots. More shoots means more fruits.
Yeah. Loves a sunny spot.
Loves a sunny spot. So training it, my south-facing house, my south-west-facing garden, so all the sun is on the house. Bit of trellis work on the wall of the house. The perfect sunny spot to grow some Tayberries up.
I've got a south-facing wall. I think they grow great there.
Perfect. Just a bit of trellis, train them up, off you go.
And what is so nice, as we said, it's a fruit that you just do not see in the supermarkets. It doesn't travel well. I mean, raspberries are bad enough, I think, in terms of travel.
Yeah, they can go a bit mushy, can't they?
Yeah, you buy raspberries from a supermarket, put them in the fridge, the next day they've gone to mush. But these are even worse than raspberries in terms of transporting, but brilliant to grow in your own garden. And if you love raspberries and you love blackberries, to get that combination one fruit is fantastic. And they're a good size as well.
Really good
nice,
size, yeah.
big, fleshy fruits.
Love them.
That taste delicious. And of course, incredibly nutritious as well. So, high in all of your antioxidants. I always think that berries in general are so easy to eat as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like sometimes I look at an apple and think, oh, that's going to be hard work to munch through.
Yeah, you can literally just take that off, pop it into your mouth.
Yeah.
Make sure you wait until it's a nice deep red before you pick it, because that's when it's going to be at its best.
Yeah, I'm very tempted with those.
Yeah, I really like the idea of those. I just need to make some space. I've got all my dahlias growing there at the minute.
Yeah, thanks for just showing me dahlias. There's a
They're
lot.
looking good. There's a lot.
Now, by the way, good afternoon. If you haven't just joined us, welcome to YGTV. You're with myself, Shaun, and lovely Bex Edwards. We are live till 2 o'clock. Just in terms of what you could grow the Tayberries in, they'd be ideal in the heavy-duty pots.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, heavy-duty pots up against the wall, then train them up on a trellis. That would be absolutely perfect. And we've still got that deal running. Yeah, £17.99 for all 4 heavy-duty pots. And they are fantastic pots for growing in. You've got the drainage holes in the bottom, but you've also got all the drainage holes around the edge here as well, all the way around the sides, which means for our wet weather, which we inevitably have, in our country, it means there is somewhere for all of that water to drain away from. The roots aren't rotting.
Yeah, and I use these, well, both of us use these pretty much every single time we garden, for weeding, for when you're trimming things back, or you're cutting things like that. When autumn comes, they're brilliant for collecting your leaves. They're great for moving things around and great for storage, but of course, they are fantastic growing vessels as well. Potatoes, tomatoes, Tayberries. It could be your raspberries, strawberries, pretty much any fruit and many types of vegetables can be grown in here as well. In fact, I've even got, randomly, I've got 2 Christmas trees growing in my heavy-duty pots that are hidden behind the greenhouse right now, but they will come out in December.
Yeah, I've got so many things growing in those. I've got 4 sets of blueberries, an appletini, a cordyline, a prunus triloba, a rose.
You got cordyline, haven't you?
Cordyline.
Yeah. How did you say that?
Appletini. There's another one as well. There's something else I've got. Oh, garlic I had growing in one. My garlic wasn't overly successful, but it's not the pot's fault. So yeah, I've got loads of things growing in them. Plus, I also use it as my garden truck. They are fantastic.
Honestly, I would say they're the best product that I've ever bought from YouGarden. Yeah.
Yeah. Used the most.
Yeah, used the most every single time at garden. Right, we have got now some fantastic brand new plants.
Yeah, love both
for
of
you.
these.
Oh, they're just stunning. We were saying it's been the year of the hydrangea, hasn't it? I've never seen such amazing hydrangeas.
Yeah, some beautiful hydrangeas, and they really like this wet weather.
They do. I mean, the thing is with the hydrangea, the clue's in the name, they love to be moist. So hydrangeas have done fantastic this year, but this variety is the Acer Euphoria pink, and it is the most extraordinary variety. But I know that we actually did some filming with you, Bex, a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it was a couple of weeks ago, because the flowers are starting to fade a little bit, but this was when there was lots and lots of flowers on there. But it's not just about the flowers, it's the foliage as well.
Well, have a look. Here's Bex on the nursery a few weeks ago.
So here I am at the nursery, and this is the hydrangea, the Acer, the Euphoria pink, and it is one of the most dazzling varieties of hydrangea. You've got gorgeous pink flowers on here, but it's offset perfectly by the dazzling variegated foliage. You've got creams, you've got greens, and that new foliage that comes through is a beautiful pink colour. Now, this is actually an award winner because last year at the Royal Horticultural Society Chelsea Flower Show, this was runner-up. This got second place, which is an absolutely amazing accolade to have. One thing to remember with this hydrangea is it actually flowers on last year's growth. So do bear that in mind when you are trimming and pruning. But it's a beautifully compact variety, perfect if you want to put these into borders. But it would work great in a pot as well, because this shouldn't get any bigger than about 1 metre by 1 metre. It's absolutely gorgeous. I think you should have it in your garden.
I was just saying to Bex, I'm going to buy this one. I can't believe I haven't got it already.
I know, and do you know what? It's a slightly more compact variety of hydrangea as well. So this can get to about 1 metre height, but only a couple of feet spread. So I think this would work perfectly in a pot as well. You know, you get yourself a decent sized pot. Maybe our Helix or the other big one we've got. This could work beautifully. Durham, that's
it.
It could work really gorgeously as a display in a pot. It's that foliage.
I know,
that is magical.
Yeah, go on, tip it forward, Bex. Look.
The pink growth you've got on there. The variegation where you've got the greens and the creams, but can you see, look, you've got different shades of green in there and different shades of pink and the creams. It is magical, honestly.
And all I've thought this year, because all of my hydrangeas are looking fantastic. I want more of them. And if we are going to continue getting these wet, winters and then wet springs and then wet summers,
and wet autumn.
The hydrangeas, they just love it.
They do.
So that one, very special, only $9.99, 5 to 1, 522. Now, we have also got for you next a eucalyptus, but eucalyptus with a difference. And I always moan about my eucalyptus, but I've got a eucalyptus tree in my garden, I inherited it. It is... In fact, Stu's coming to see my garden on Tuesday. We're going to do some filming there.
I know, I'm so jealous. I'll be having fun, but...
Yeah, but you won't be jealous of my eucalyptus. Because my eucalyptus, honestly, it's as high as the house. It's taller than the house, actually. And
that's big.
It's going to cost a fortune. It needs really, really.
But you said you did it a little while ago.
Did it a couple of years ago, and it was £600 then.
And now you're having to do it again.
Yeah.
That's how quick they grow, isn't it?
And I can't cut it down because I couldn't do that. But so it just needs cutting back, but it needs about 1/3 of its growth off. But it's going to cost about £800, I reckon. So we love eucalyptus, but they can get out of hand. They grow quickly. They can sometimes dominate, but not this one. Oh no! Wish I had this one.
Yeah, this one stays way more compact. We're talking ultimately maybe about 3 or 4 metres, which is tiny in comparison to eucalyptus trees. This makes it more manageable for more people to be able to plant it in their gardens.
And actually, it's a lot hardier than some of the varieties out there. There's certain varieties that are not maybe suitable for the north of England. This one is hardy to about -20.
Yeah, so perfect.
And smaller foliage as well. But I do remember a little while ago we had the fabulous. There's a clue. Who does that?
Interesting fact.
Could it be Dave the Plant Man? Yes, he came to the potting shed and absolutely fell in love with the Eucalyptus Azura. So we're here at the YouGarden nursery. It's a busy day, lots going on, a bit of noise in the background, we don't care, because we've found this gorgeous eucalyptus, a bit different this one, isn't it, Dave? This is Dave the plant man, by the way.
Oh, you do? Right, this is Eucalyptus Azura. What's different about Azura is it's a lot hardier than normal Eucalyptus gunnii. It says it's hardy down to -20. So if you struggle growing Eucalyptus gunnii, the normal one, in Scotland or some of the more exposed places, this is a better one for the UK climate. Now the other thing about it, it's more compact. It has a lot more shoots on it than the normal Eucalyptus gunnii. You find that gunnii tends to just put 3 or 4 shoots on, where this is really busy. Now, if you want to keep these little what we call penny foliage, you keep trimming it as a bush, and you can actually cut those penny foliage and use them in flower arranging.
Yeah, and they look lovely, don't they?
Or
yeah.
you can even trim this one into almost a ball, because it's such a compact plant.
It's a beautiful colour, isn't it?
Here a jet.
Oh, it's all happening here.
We're getting everything.
But I love the fact, super hardy, -20, and very easy to grow.
Very easy to grow.
I'm waiting for you, Dave.
Interesting fact.
Interesting fact, Dave. But you know, that is a brilliant eucalyptus, and I love eucalyptus for their fragrance, but also the foliage can be wonderful. You know, bring that foliage inside. Looks great by itself, looks great with other flowers, often used by, of course, florists in their displays, but that one will not grow too big. 3 to 4 metres max, and hardy to about -20. Who's just mentioned about their eucalyptus?
Glyn. Glyn's just said that on the YouTube chat. There's so much going on in the YouTube chat. We've missed a lot of it. But yeah, he was saying I had a 30-year-old eucalyptus removed last year. It cost £2,500.
Oh, God, yeah. So they can get out of hand, not that variety. The Gunai Azura has been bred to be compact, to be a lot more manageable and a lot more easy in the UK. It's a brilliant one, that one, only 79, and it's great in a pot, of course, as well.
Yeah, fantastic. I love this. So Mandy, our lovely new viewer, found us last week, got her balcony garden. She's saying, everyone in the chat, Elaine and everyone, I'd love to know what your favourite plant/flower is so I can look them up. How lovely. She's joined our community straight away.
Favourite plants.
And everybody's answering her. So, you know, Grimmy said, I'm a big fan of evergreens, especially flowering ones, as you get interest all year round. Elaine said, oh no, she's talking to Elwyn about goldsturm. Neil saying he loves his fire and ice hosta. The Barnsley baby has beautiful flowers. I also love the Salvia hot lips I've got.
Yeah, they're all good ones.
Yeah, Stu has put in the chat, my favourite at the moment is the Fatsia spider's web. So everybody's jumping in. Mandy says, I started my balcony because I'm having surgery this Thursday and I wanted somewhere beautiful to sit that makes me happy and aid recovery.
Oh, well, good luck
but I'm
with that.
so excited to see what it will look like in a few years. Yeah, good
Yeah.
luck. Oh my God, there's so much going on in that chat. That's lovely.
What's
I'm
your
so
favourite
glad you're
plant,
talking.
Bex?
It depends on the time of year. Right now, I'm loving my dahlias because that's just giving me loads of joy. I absolutely adore my geranium roseanne, which has got happy accident. If you've looked on my Instagram, you'll have seen this last week when I did my Sunday stroll. Got the geranium roseanne and the erigeron, the sea of blossom, is just creeping through it. I didn't mean to do it, but they just
really
started growing
works.
together and it works absolutely perfectly. So it's something I'm going to recreate. So Mandy, there's a good one to look up. Geranium roseanne.
I was going to say,
erigeron.
geranium roseanne got planted for the centenary at Chelsea, and we've both got it in our garden. It's an absolute
Love
winner.
it.
Really good. But there's so many wonderful plants. Anyway, in terms of value today, we have now got a whole section of buy one, get one free. So you can mix and match. We've got Delphinium, we've got Rudbeckia, we've got 3 different types of Fern, we've got Digitalis, dalmation mix. But you can mix and match, all $9.99, but buy one, get one free, which you can go for 2 of the same, you can do 2 completely different ones, you might even want to go for 4 or 6, but we are going to start with the Delphinium. And again, when it comes to Delphiniums, we both saw some amazing Delphiniums at Chelsea. And Delphiniums are breathtaking, aren't they? And they just get, the more mature they get, the flower stems get bigger, stronger, you get more of them. But for me, Delphiniums are magical, and they work so well in traditional gardens, country cottage gardens. The colour mix, if it's called the Magic Fountain Mix, so there's a variety of colours. Can't guarantee which one you're going to get. No. But you are going to get amazing, healthy, strong plants that come back every single year, love a sunny spot. And you always get, like, you get the main flying stem there, but Bex, I was saying, when that goes over take that off, and then you get lots of side ones. And often sometimes I've cut my Delphiniums right down to the ground after they've flowered, and then got another flush later on in the summer.
Yeah, it tends to be a little bit smaller. Obviously, you don't get as big, but it does give you some extra flowers 9 times out of 10, doesn't it? Which is always fantastic. Do you recommend getting yourself some Strulch to protect these over the winter? Not just winter protection. I mean when the new growth starts to come through in spring, because the slugs and the snails do like that new fresh growth. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet. So do get yourself some Strulch.
It's weird this year because there has been a problem with slugs. It even made the news, didn't it? It does make you think about what you want to plant, but also, as Bex has said, how to protect your plants as well.
Yeah.
And this is a brilliant product. Got fantastic reviews on our website. And it doesn't kill the slugs, it is organic, but basically they just don't like the feel of it. So when they come into contact with it, they move on. So if that was surround your Delphiniums, they are not going to basically clamber over that to eat your Delphiniums. Also fantastic, that was a good move, fantastic at suppressing weeds. It lasts for about 2 years, but at the end of its 2 years, if you've got heavy soil like Bex, like clay soil, just mix it in there and it will break down the structure of that soil as well. So it's a really good all-rounder, and we're adding a twin pack for £36 and 97 pence. Now also, don't forget, this whole table is buy one, get one free. That's the Delphinium, which is 511-552. The second most popular has been the Rudbeckia goldsturm.
The whole show,
Has it?
Just behind the Salvias, we would expect that. It's the deal of the week. But just behind the Salvias is the Rudbeckia in the 2 litre. This is the one that everybody is going for, and I can totally see why. It's just such a hardy, reliable perennial. It's got the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit. It looks beautiful planted en masse. You can divide clumps of this, so it is a clump-forming plant, and it is encouraged actually, sort of probably every 3 to 4 years, do divide those clumps because it maintains the vigour of the plant, but also then you get free flowers and you can spread these around your garden.
This would be good on Amanda's balcony, wouldn't it?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
You can happily have this in a pot. It's not fussy on soil type, likes a sort of sunny position, although mine's in a more shady border. It gets, well, it's a bit like Mandy's actually. So mine probably has sun on it from about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Loves that spot.
Yeah, but
absolutely loves it.
It's a beautiful, beautiful perennial. Comes back every single year, and kind of like July, August time. But it is part of the mix and match. But don't forget, you actually physically need to put 2 plants in your basket to get the free one. So don't just put one of these in your basket and expect to get another one. You've got to physically put 2 plants in your basket out of the mix and match. It can be 2 of the same, or it can be 2 different ones. Now, we've got 3 fantastic ferns for you as well in mix and match. And you might think, why are we bringing you 3? Well, they're all slightly different. So they're different in terms of colours, in terms of the fronds, but also different sizes as well, which is really important.
Yeah, well, with Copper Shield, I've put them in order. So I'm going to go Copper Shield at the back. This is the biggest one of the 3, so this is going to get to about 3 feet by 3 feet, so this is fantastic at the back of the border. RHS Award of Garden Merit on this one as well. It's what we would class as semi-evergreen, so chances are you're probably going to keep most of the leaves on here. You kept yours, didn't you?
Yeah, in fact, I sent you picture bags.
Oh,
go on.
Let's bring it up.
Because I've got various ferns. I was probably the first one to say.
Shaun's ferns. Oh yeah, lovely.
So I've got a whole section of kind of ferns and grasses and cordylines, but do you know what? They are just so easy, and I put them down a fairly shady border. And the reason I did that was I was getting lots of weeds there.
Yeah, they're great at making sure that those weeds aren't going to come through, because if you've got a gap, you can fill that gap with those ferns, and they work really, really easily, and plus they are such low maintenance as well.
So you've got my picture there, Bex?
Hey, I've got it here. Have you got it, Stu? Lovely. Ah, look at that. That's an amazing border.
They look great, don't they?
I like it because you've got, is it cordylines you've got in there? I can see a little sambucus poking in as well.
I've got a bit of sambucus there. I've got a mixture of New Zealand flax. And
it's flax, isn't it? Yes.
And that is a cordyline at the back, but it's got loads of side shoots.
Is that your spiky thing?
It's an agave.
Yeah, agave.
I'll be honest, that needs moving. It doesn't really belong there. But they are so... Last time I moved that, it literally nearly took my arms off. I'm not joking.
looking forward to doing that job
Honestly,
again.
I am going to move it because it needs more sun and it doesn't really belong there. It's too shady. But last time I moved it, my whole arms got ripped to shreds. It was awful. I mean, I need to get some of those really long kind of
bird trainers.
Yeah,
like,
that'd be perfect.
Those great big, what are they called, gauntlets or something?
Yeah.
Aren't they? Gauntlet.
But ferns, you see, they look great planted en masse, and I've got mine, say, with grasses and cordyceps and things like that. So that's the biggest.
Yep.
Copper shield fern there. So as Bex was saying, back of the border, beautiful copper tones to those fronds there. Then we have got
Painted Lady.
Painted Lady, and she doesn't grow too tall, but she does spread widthwise.
Yeah, so maybe about 40 centimetres in height, but you can probably get a good metre spread out of this. So this is great for that ground cover, great for suppressing those weeds. Now this one will die down in winter, it won't remain there, but totally worth getting for the display that you're going to get whilst this is it, whilst this is in leaf.
I totally agree, and I did think twice about this one. I thought, I prefer my evergreen ferns, but because she's so beautiful, really worth having in your fern collection.
Silvers and purples and burgundies. You can see it starting to come through, particularly on that front there.
But she'll get even more colourful as she matures.
Even more so. It's such an incredible plant, honestly. You can just see the colours starting to appear on that one, look. Look.
Oh, she's gorgeous.
And that's going to get to those bright silvers that you can see in the picture behind.
And I mentioned it earlier, but it's very, very true. So quite often, dark, damp areas of the garden where ferns will grow very nicely, that's where the slugs are as well.
Yeah.
But the great thing is, slugs do not like ferns.
Don't know why, but they just don't seem to go for them.
I was wondering whether it's the texture, a bit like Strulch.
Maybe.
Don't know, but they don't like, slugs do not munch away at your fern. So if you've had your hostas eaten to bits by slugs and snails this year, try ferns instead. So that's our Painted Lady, and then finally we have got the hairy lip fern, which always makes us smile.
It's a slightly smaller one as well, this one. So this one's definitely front of the border. About 30 by 30 centimetres is what you're going to get from this.
Beautiful.
Gorgeous colours. Definitely feel very Jurassic with this one. And this one is evergreen. So this one, you should have that gorgeous display all year round.
God. And what I forgot to mention earlier, this one is quite drought tolerant as well.
Oh yes, indeed. Well, it's actually hairy lip fern, so it's got those slight hairs all over it, and actually it's those hairs that help to retain the moisture.
Yeah. So if you've got an orchid area, like me with my eucalyptus tree, so everything under my eucalyptus tree struggles because the eucalyptus takes out all the moisture. It's so thick that no rain really gets through it. So that is great if you've got an area that's maybe under a tree, shady and dry. Then the Chelanthus there is definitely the fern to go for. And the smallest, we said about 30 by 30 centimetres. Absolutely beautiful. So all of those five, got a bit excited there.
Didn't you?
On the buy one get one free, and there's a final one which is our Digitalis Dalmation mix, which is part of the mix and match buy one get one free. So any of those, I mean, some of you are going for 4 or 6. The value is amazing. I mean, they're working out £5 each, and we are looking at really big, established perennials there. 5 to 1, 5, 5 to 3. Now, we've had some fantastic pictures coming in today. So many, haven't we?
Yeah, lots. Thank you. We do try and get to show all of them. We don't always get to show all of them, but we are doing our best. Elena sent us an update on her Agapanthus. Is this popping purple? I think that's what she said. Yeah, look at those flowers. Look how many she's got coming off there as well. That's looking absolutely beautiful, Elaine. Thank you for sending it, just to make me jealous. I really appreciate it. Oh, apparently Elaine's getting... Elaine, is this? She's getting involved in the community garden, so she's looking for ideas for that. Love that.
I don't think that's popping purple, Bex. It looks too blue.
Yeah, that's what she's saying in the Agapanthus purple popping. Who knows? And
it's a gorgeous Agapanthus.
Oh! Anne sent us pictures of a poppy. Hi guys, these poppy in flower now, a gift from Mother Nature. So you didn't even buy them; they've just appeared in your garden.
I love it when you get when you get free plants, don't you?
Love that. Do you know? I think I've got a verbena coming up.
One that's self-seeded?
But in a pot that's on the other side of the garden.
Totally possible.
Yeah, I think it's a verbena coming up in it.
Yeah.
What's it in? It's in lilies. I think it's in a pot that I'm growing lilies in.
Yeah, totally possible.
And I think the verbena's coming up in it. So I'm gonna take it out and go and plant it in the border.
Honestly, I've got hundreds of little verbenas growing, Verbena bonariensis, just because I left them in last year.
Love a surprise plant.
Sometimes, I mean, it's sometimes worth doing this. I used to be really manic about tidying my garden up for winter, and I'd deadhead everything, try to think about. But actually, quite often I will leave plants to go to seed because so many things do self-seed in the garden. And it's great when you get fruit plants.
Love that I've got a free verbena.
Yeah. Right,
Grimmy. My Agapanthus are flowering for the first time this year.
Yes!
Interestingly, I didn't add any new compost this year, so wondered if this has helped. I think that's exactly it. If you were watching earlier, you'll have heard me say, I think I've treated my Agapanthus too well.
I
repotted them. I put them in our premium professional compost. It's packed with nutrients. My Agapanthus has gone, meh. I'm not going to flower for you. I'm happy. I'm just going to give you a bit of foliage. So maybe next year is my year. But yeah, Grimmy has sent the pictures in of his Agapanthus. Look, next to his grapevine there. That is a bright purple, isn't it? Look at that.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Love.
And the lilies there as well.
We've got 3 pictures here, so I can show them all. What else have we got in there? Number 2. Oh, look.
Some beautiful plants here.
Gorgeous. You've got
a
couple of flower shoots coming off there.
I love container gardening, don't you? Absolutely gorgeous.
Got some Sunbelievables in the background.
Yes. Lots of nice lilies.
Some kind of fruit tree growing there as well.
I'll tell you what, though, the Agapanthus stealing the show a bit there, don't you think?
Lovely.
Yeah, well done.
One more as well. Oh, it's just lots of different angles of his Agapanthus. I quite like it. Lovely grapevine growing.
I used to have a grapevine in my last garden. I do miss it.
Yeah, grapevines are gorgeous.
Aren't they? But it's like, keep those pictures coming in. And also, very important, keep those orders coming in. I know lots of you ordering today. Do use that offer code YGTV 3124. Right, I tell you what we should go back to. We're going to go back to the deal of the week.
Let's do it.
Come on. So, we have introduced a deal of the week on YouGarden TV. So it's a special offer, valid for 1 week. Today's is more than amazing. 3 salvias, different varieties for £4.97. The recommended retail price is nearly £24. For this week, you will save £19. Bex honestly ordered 3 lots of these just before the show. She was literally on the phone and was like, going live in 10, 9, 8, 7. But loads of orders have gone through for these. And salvias, again, such hard-working plants. They flower for several months of the year, and they don't constantly need deadheading. They don't sort of flower and then stop and then maybe flower a few months later again. They just keep flowering week after week for several months of the year. Mine has never stopped this year. Never stopped.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a long flowering season, so I'm getting mine to replace my lavender border.
Which they've got a bit woody.
They've just got a bit woody. I've got loads of weeds growing through there. I can't get rid of them. There's loads of grassy bits. It just doesn't look as good. And I've had it there for a good 7 years, so it's time for a change. So yeah, and the thing is, if I compare the two, actually Salvia flowers for longer than the lavender does.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm going to get an even bigger and better display from these.
And lavender only flower once?
Yeah, true, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
that's it.
I mean, they flower for, they're nice when they flower, but salvia, 5-6 months of the year. The flowers are not huge, but they flower in abundance.
Yes, so many of them. And you get sort of uniqueness to them because they are a bit colour changing. You know, you get, like hot lips, of course, we've got that lovely kind of bi-colour going on. But depending on the weather, depending on the temperature, you can get more of one colour and less of another. So hotter means more colour, colder means more white, as a general rule. But I like the fact that you've got a mixture going on. Yeah,
and again, the pollinators love them. They are fully winter hardy. Sunny position or part sun, they do great. What I tend to do, I normally hard prune my back in springtime to about 34 centimetres. I didn't this year, I just left it. It's still done great. Really has.
It's great gardening, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it gives you amazing displays for very little work. Now, we want to work at our gardens, we want to put some effort into our gardens, but this is the part of the garden where you can go, OK, you're fine. Yeah. I can leave you alone. I need to go and concentrate on something else that's a bit more high maintenance.
And the price again, £1.33 each. And they're not small. I mean, if these were plug plants, yeah, £1.33. But look at these.
Take them out so you can actually see the difference. Okay, that's the sort of size we're talking about. And they are all individually... I mean, some might need a bit of trimming before we pack them, but they are so reliable. They flower in abundance every single year, nice and easy, and they are incredible quality as well. Just take one out so you can see the root system there.
Actually, I didn't mention it, but I would say as well, when established, reasonably drought tolerant as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about it. Mine last year, it was quite a warm summer. Unlike my hydrangeas, you know, the moment they need watering, they let you know. These are relatively
smell good as well.
I think so.
Honestly, I touched that, and it's like, so it's a member of the sage family, and it's got this lovely. I mean, I think it's got a hint of mint to it as well. There's a lovely fragrance to that.
Yeah, I can definitely smell the sage though.
Yeah, it's lovely.
They're stunning, and the value again at £1.33 each is absolutely phenomenal. So I think, I mean, your lavender did look good for years, but I think you're right.
It did, but it's time for a change. Yeah, that's fine.
And it's. And so lavender, not all, I said lavender only flowers once a year, but some of that, I've got French lavender, which is a bit better actually. That does keep flying a bit more.
Look, I love lavender.
I do.
You know, there will be a place for lavender in my garden, but it's time for a change and creating a whole border of salvia.
It's going to look amazing.
So all the way down my drive, not that I've got a massive drive.
Yeah.
How big is my drive? What, 6 metres?
Yeah, probably.
So probably 6 metres. 9. I've bought too many. I don't need 9. Anyway, 6 metres of a full, gorgeous-looking border of salvia. That's cost me less than £15 to replace that. Yeah. That's a great price,
and they
isn't
are,
it?
I know from my experience, they are pretty fast-growing as well. So absolutely brilliant value. It is the deal of the week, the Salvia Lips collection. That has to be one of the best offers you've ever seen.
I love it.
On YGTV. Right, also on today's show, we have got the most beautiful Euphorbia. This is called Miner's Merlo.
Ooh, that'd have been a good choice as well, wouldn't it?
What?
Border of that would have been amazing.
Yeah.
And that's ever...
That would look nice, actually.
That would look really nice.
I've got a whole kind of corner of Euphorbia in my garden, different varieties. And again, I love them because they're so low maintenance, they're evergreen. This one, though, I think is particularly striking because of the combination of that burgundy foliage, which is really quite unusual, it's like a chocolatey burgundy with the yellow flowers. That really stands out, doesn't it?
Really, really stunning. So as a plant in its own right, you've got that gorgeous contrast, but of course that Merlo, that burgundy colour, as a contrast next to the other plants in your garden is really valuable as well. Loads of ladybirds too. I never knew this about Euphorbia until I planted it. There were so many ladybirds all over my Euphorbia, and of course ladybirds are a bug that we want to introduce into our garden because they will eat the nasty bugs.
I'm always delighted when I see ladybirds.
Definitely.
Not if I see green fly and white fly, I'm less delighted, or slugs or snails, but ladybirds, that's a good sign.
Oh, we want them.
Say, brilliant deal again. You get 3 for £9.99, so it's like £3.33 each. They naturally grow neatly as well. They're kind of clump forming, so you know, certain plants in my garden, I look sometimes, I think, oh, they look a bit messy. You know, my Laviteria right now looks a little bit. I mean,
it can get a little bit leggy sometimes, can't it?
But these naturally kind of clump form and really give you interest all year round. But £9.99 for all 3 of those. I would say part sun, ideal for them, well-drained soil.
Yeah, I mean, to be perfectly honest, I think they're quite happy in a majority of places. I think they can quite happily cope in a sunny spot. Mine's in a part shade spot. It is happy, it is thriving, and they're pretty tough, they're pretty resilient.
I'm thinking actually, because I've got mine definitely part shade, but my neighbours have got theirs in the front garden and they get loads of sun.
Yeah.
And again, perfect. So they're very, very easy. And of course, we'll have our lifetime guarantee. Don't forget, all of our winter hardy plants do come with the lifetime guarantee, which means if you manage to
kill it.
Yes, I was trying to find a subtle way of saying that. But yeah, if you manage to kill it, get in touch with our customer services and we will replace it for free. All you need to pay is the postage. Now, also, one of our absolute joint favourites in our gardens has got to be the Bowls Mauve. And it was actually, you may remember if you used to watch Bex and I on a previous shopping channel with Angela, it was her that got us into this, wasn't it?
Totally, yeah, absolutely. And she was so right, because this will flower for a good 9-10 months of the year. The rest of the time, you'll still probably have a couple of flowers on, I did, but you are left with that lovely evergreen foliage. It's got that kind of lovely, kind of bluish tinge to the foliage as well, isn't it?
You're right, it's like a bluey kind of a bit of silver there as well.
Yeah, so it's a really gorgeous contrast in the gardens. The flowers, I mean, that was a sunny day that I filmed that on. It looked beautiful, but even on a dull day, those flowers really illuminate and look really pretty as well. It has the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit. It has the Royal Horticultural Society Badge of Perfect for Pollinators. Super, super easy to grow. Just a very reliable perennial plant.
Yeah, and when you think about the amount of colour that will give you for many, many years, it just works out phenomenal value. And I always think, you know, I've got a large garden, and it is sometimes a labour of love. If every plant constantly requires attention, it's hard work, but sometimes you can just leave it and it just merrily keeps flowering and flowering. Doesn't constantly need deadheading and feeding. It's a real reliable one in your garden, but beautiful at the same time. Now, also, don't forget, we have got our ground cover roses for you today as well. Been ages since we've seen these bags.
Do you know, I don't remember seeing them, to be perfectly honest with you. Not on YouGarden TV.
No, only in our previous life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They are brilliant, because these are nice, easy, low-maintenance roses to have in your garden. I mean, I think roses are pretty easy to look after anyway, but these are even easier. Like, there's no care and attention you need to take in the sort of pruning and deadheading process. You can just whack them back with a, what did you say, get a pair of...
You could get a
some
hedge trimmer.
shears. Yeah, hedge trimmers.
You really could.
And just trim them back at the end of the season. There is no sort of care and attention you need to take over those. You're getting all 3 colours included as well.
And they're often used in commercial displays because of their ease, because they are ground cover. And the fact that they cover the ground means they suppress weeds. They will grow to about 1 metre in terms of width, but by about 60 centimetres height-wise. You will get hundreds, if not thousands, of miniature roses throughout the summer months, and they'll do that every single year. So they are really, again, another really hard-working plant to have in your garden. Sunny position is best. Mine were not in full sun all day, but they got a decent amount.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same with any rose, isn't it? You want a good few hours worth of sunshine on there. I would aim for a good sort of 5 or 6 hours of sunshine in order to get a decent display from them.
Otherwise, you just get a lot less flowers.
What a great price, though. Half price, all 3 of those included.
But nice to see those. If you love your roses, but you're looking for ground cover, that's a fantastic variety. And then also, don't forget, we have got the Rudbeckia. We've got the 2 litre pot one in the mix and match, or if you want to go for 3 of these, $6.99, working out £2.33.
The prices are great for either of these. So it's $9.99 for 2 2-litre pots, or it's $6.99 for 3 9-centimetre pots. So it's really up to you, to be honest. I think the value for them is equal, but obviously the 2 litre is just slightly more established, and this will just take that little bit longer, but only a little bit. 3 of those included. Great saving on there. A fantastic plant, one that pollinators love. Gorgeous colour, and giving you that late colour in your garden, late summer and into early autumn.
I love Rudbeckia, and I. This one's named after you, isn't it?
Yeah.
But they do look good en masse. Adam Woolcott, one of our other garden guests, he's got a whole border of Rudbeckia, and it looks amazing. It's just this sea of yellow. It's
beautiful.
Those lovely golden tones. I think that's quite a joyful flower.
It is, yeah, for sure.
It's a happy one, isn't it?
Bright yellow, sunshine yellow. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, and you will get all 3 of those in 9-centimetre pots, 560076. And that was, you bought yours last year this size, and it's already really well established, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So that's the video I've done from this morning. So it's much bigger and more established than last year. I got about 15 flowers on it last year. I would say that it's almost doubled this year. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
I adore it and I love it. It's in front of my Verbena bonariensis, next to my Erysimum Bowls Mauve. So that purple and that yellow together, I think, is a great combo.
Yeah, I agree.
Personally.
No, I totally agree.
Thanks.
I've done a lot of purple and yellow this year.
Works.
Yeah, it really works. works. Now, one of the lovely things about working here at YouGarden is that Bex and I, we get to walk around the nursery a couple of days a week, and it's really exciting because we've got a little bit of everything at YouGarden, haven't we? Whatever type of garden you've got, whatever level of experience you are, we have got plants for you. But now and again, we spot something really unusual, and I want you to take a look at this outstanding olive tree right now. I keep coming back to these at the nursery. These are the spiral stem olives, and I just think they are beautiful. They're works of art, aren't they? I was just imagining how many years it's taken to grow these, to actually get an olive and train it so the stem goes round and grows out in this absolutely delightful spiral shape. They're just so ornate, so beautiful, and I would definitely go for pear. What's interesting is when you look, they are so similar. A lot of the stems are, I mean, these two are vertical, that's a new word, virtually identical. I like my new word. But let's talk about olive trees. So they are regarded as being hardy in the UK. I've got several, and I've had them, probably 12, maybe even 15 years, and they've always survived the winter. They will produce olives, and in fact, this one, if I just bring it round, this one, and that one, they've got flowers forming right now. Now, the flowers are quite insignificant. I mean, these are buds, but when they open up, they're kind of like a creamy colour, really quite small. But every one of those flowers has got the potential to actually turn into an olive. On a good summer, depending where you live in the UK, they will ripen and you can actually eat them. Some summers, if it's a short summer, you live in the north, they may not ripen enough to eat, but they'll still look really, really attractive. You imagine this covered in olives, it's going to look absolutely gorgeous. And I could just imagine these two spiral olive trees outside your patio doors. If you're lucky enough to have a conservatory, imagine them outside the conservatory doors. They're just beautiful. And so I can only imagine the amount of years and the amount of skill that's gone into growing these into this spiral shape. I love them. I love olives anyway, and I love the fact they're evergreen. I love the foliage. I love the fact that they give you a real sense of the Mediterranean. But these, being spirals, are really, really special. I really love those. I really do. We've actually got them at a special price today, $59.98. Now, we'll be honest, we do have more affordable olive trees. We do. We've got the standard ones. But that spiral, the amount of work that must have gone into the growing of these.
Yeah.
Years, I'd have thought.
I think it takes a really long amount of time, bit of training once those stems are young. And if you have looked at the price of olive trees out there, and the ones with those spirals in, they're always out of my price range. They are always way more expensive.
Yeah.
So even though these are in the higher price bracket for us here at YouGarden, they're in the lower price bracket when you compare them to what's out there. And when that extra interest is worth it.
And if you buy the pair, our pickers will do their very best to get two that are as similar as possible, like the two that we've got here. They look classy. There's an elegance to them. There's something a little bit unusual. And on a really good summer, you will get olives.
Yes, we can't guarantee it. Some of them have olives on. I was in the Med House just the other day having a little look. There are a lot that have got olives on. There are some that don't, so we can't guarantee it. But as you can see, we've got two that do have olives on here. And some years you'll get them depending on how warm it is.
And I should say some years they'll ripen better than others. If you
sometimes they're not edible.
Yeah, sometimes they won't ripen in time. But it depends where you live in the UK and what kind of summer we've got. But
we're not growing them as a grow your own though, are we? This is not about growing your own fruits and things. This is about having an ornamental bush, something that's evergreen, something that is quite aspirational, you know, that you'll see outside of high-end boutique hotels and things like that.
Absolutely.
There's a reason they plant those, because they are aspirational, but because they're evergreen and easy to look after. I've
got several olive trees in my garden, but I haven't got the spiral ones, but definitely on my wish list. Absolutely stunning. And just think about the investment you're making, because these should actually last you decades. Olive trees are very long living, aren't they?
Long lived,
Really
absolutely.
I've had some of mine probably 15,
They're pretty hardy
years.
as well, aren't they?
Yeah, about -8, we say.
Yeah, about -8. So in most places of the country, these are going to be absolutely fine. Any extra winter protection, nice and easy to do. You know, a bit of horticultural fleece, that sort of thing, no problem.
I've got to say, I've never, and you know, please don't always follow what I do, but I've never ever protected my olive trees, and I've never lost one. And I've had mine years. But we say on average about -8, but it does depend where you live and what kind of winters we get, of course. Absolutely stunning. I should mention as well, because These are over £40. You will not pay any postage as well, but you do need to use the code YGTV3124. If you have just joined us, I know people join us at all times. Don't forget, you will get a free gift today.
Oh yeah, naughtier.
Yes. Macedonica, it's a scabious, it's a perennial, it is absolutely gorgeous, and it is free with every single order today, as long as you use that code. But it's lovely to get a free gift, isn't it?
Love a freebie.
I know when we started...
Favourite price.
We started YGTV nearly a year ago, and we talked about the idea of giving away a free gift, and I remember Peter McDermott, our head guy, said, well, we can't give away a free gift every week. But we have, haven't we?
We have.
Pretty much.
We've pretty much kept it going all the way through, and we're 2 weeks off our first birthday. So in 2 weeks' time, we'll be 1 year old.
We will.
It's exciting.
It's been a great first year. So thank you to
this time
everybody.
last year.
It's gone fast, actually, hasn't it?
It has.
This summer's gone quickly, I tell you what, isn't it? I hate the night's drawing in slightly, don't you?
I know, it's getting darker already.
I know, only a little bit.
Oh.
Still August, but yeah. So I think we're going to have a really good September and October this year.
Yeah, definitely.
I really do. Right, just quickly, because we had such a wet spring and a wet start to the summer, that did mean a real problem for many with slugs. So we have got a twin pack of Strulch. Now this is a mineralised straw. It's an incredible product actually, with great reviews on our website. And some of the main uses of Strulch. First of all, it can reduce weed growth by 95%. Helps retain moisture around plants. So again, if you've got like a dry area under a tree, it can be brilliant at helping retain moisture. Enriches the soil, improves structure. So for heavy soils, dig this in and it really can open up that structure of the soils. Great for flower, shrubs, fruit and veg. Can last up to 2 years in terms of its efficiency and effectiveness. But most importantly, for many of you, it is a brilliant slug and snail deterrent, which is completely organic, so it's not going to kill them. But for some reason, slugs absolutely hate the texture of this. So when a slug comes into contact with this, it's not going to make the effort to go over it to get to your Delphinium or whatever you've got, or hosta. It just doesn't like being on there.
Doesn't like it, so it slithers off somewhere else.
It does.
And so I put this around my pots of my dahlias because they did start to get, once I moved them outside, they started to get munched. So I was like, right, get some Strulch on there straight away. So I got my Strulch down, it stopped them from munching on those. What I did not do was protect my Delphiniums last year. So when that fresh growth came through, the slugs and snails munched away at it. So I have no Delphiniums in my garden this year. So this is why we often give you advice that we don't follow ourselves. So learn from our mistakes. Do get yourself some Strulch. Make sure you put that down. Stop the slugs and snails. Give your plants that extra winter protection. After 2 years, you can dig it through into your soil and it'll improve the texture of your soil as well.
It looks nice as well. When you do a whole
really
border.
neatens the borders.
Yeah, it does.
And it can help with retaining the moisture in the ground and suppressing weeds. So it's a multi-use product.
It's what I call a good egg. It's got many,
good egg. You're a good egg.
Oh, but it's got many advantages and uses in your garden. Now we do postage included in this. It's $36.97. Postage is included. Now what is really good as well, and this is why it's worth joining our discount club. That club price. Look at that. You're saving nearly £3.70.
Yeah, that's great, isn't it?
Just on Strulch.
Yep.
So your club membership, remember, is £5 a year on auto renewal. You'd save £3.70 just on Strulch alone. So for things like Strulch, Compost, that discount is absolutely amazing. It really is.
You soon make your money back, don't
you? It's a really good product to Strulch, really, really good.
Get rid of that. I need to bring these in now because we need to talk to you about Helix planters, because these are an absolutely fantastic pot, a great price, absolutely beautiful, and they're a perfect size for so many different things. Now it is a deal where you can get one for $14.99. That's great. Don't get two, because that'll be 30 quid. Don't get three, because that'll be 45. Get four, because that'll be £24.99.
And that works out £6.25. Now those gorgeous olive trees would look great in here, but this is what you need to get the best deal today. You need to put 4 in your basket and you need to use the code. So let's put the code in. This is our code for this week. It does change every week. So we put that code in there. $14.99 for one. Watch this. 2 for $29.98. Don't do that. Don't do 3. Do the magic 4. And there you go. That's better. and you know, as mentioned about the club. So this basket that we've put together here, we've got loads in here. We've got 4 of the pots. We've got the Delphinium, which is free because we've got it in there as the buy one get one free promotion. We've got 2 Rudbeckias there. Again, one's free. We've got the 2 Ferns there as well. I think we need to put 1 more in, then we'll get another free. 3, 4. Right, let's have another of the hairy lip fern. So pop that in, and what will happen is, there you go. So, oh yeah, so it's taken off the Rudbeckia, but look, you've got 3 free plants there basically. So all at 0. So 54.96. So I'm just looking there. You need to make sure if you're doing the buy one get one free that you've got an even number.
Yeah, make sure you've got an even number so you get the right amount free basically.
Because we want you to save money, don't we, Bex?
Yeah, always.
Yeah.
I mean, we're here obviously to make a living, but that's fine. We also want you to save as much money as you possibly can. That's what these deals are there for. So we're going to highlight these deals as much as we possibly can.
And one of the best things to do today is to join the club and you'd save on that basket there another £13.50.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Really is. So honestly, joining the club if you're not a member, to me it's an absolute no-brainer. You don't have to think about that whatsoever. Now we were talking about the Helix planters, 4 of them for $24.99, and those gorgeous olive trees.
So I was just looking around the room, okay, because I think that these pots are perfect for the majority of things we've got in the garden. Yeah. Starting on that table, if we were to put the Miner's Merlo in here, great contrast, dark foliage, light coloured pot. You could put the Bowls Mauve in here and that would make a beautiful display. The Salvias, 1 in each of these would be incredible.
I think those...
I probably wouldn't put the roses in here. Oleanders,
they look
yes.
amazing there.
Spiral olives, yes. I've got an Acer down here, which would look absolutely incredible.
And actually,
either of the Hibiscus
and
would
I would
look
say
great.
even the Eucalyptus.
Totally.
That'd be happening there for a few years.
I'm going Euphoria, Serrata, Hydrangea. That would look great in there as well. Any one of the ferns that we have got, the Painted Lady, the Hairy Lip Fern, or the Copper Shield would look great in here. You just put Agapanthus in here.
They're a classic
genuinely everything can go
terracotta look pot, aren't they?
Yeah, real classic, but not terracotta. They're made of plastic.
We call them terranotta, don't we, Max? Terranotta, because they are not terracotta.
I can bash it about. It's not going to crack and break. It's not going to become really expensive drainage for other pots. It's got loads of drainage holes in there as well, so I don't have to get the drill out and drill extra holes in there because I think there's plenty in there. I love them. I think they're a great price.
But they are on clearance. So when they are gone, they are gone. I'm amazed we've got any left, actually.
I know. I think we had quite a lot. But, but they're going well.
We are down to our last pallet, and that pallet is going down. So if you do want them, get them in your basket today. When they're gone, they're gone. Maybe you bought them last week, you're thinking, I could do with another set of those. But do it now because these are not coming back. They are in the clearance. So when they are gone, they're gone. And they're beautiful. I love them.
They're
really
great.
good. I've got beds and borders like a lot of you have, but I've also got areas just of pots. And I love container planting.
I love containers.
Yeah.
Change it over, mix it up. That's the joy of having containers.
Yeah, and they're just a lot easier. I mean, sometimes when I'm weeding my beds and borders and digging them up,
it's
hard
bored of
work. But pots are easy, aren't they? A lot easier. Right, don't forget, you can still message us. We are live till about 2 o'clock today. It's about another hour. So if you've got any messages, any questions, any comments, then ygtv@yougarden.com. We would love to hear from you. But Bex and I are both massive fans of Acers. We love our Acers, don't we?
Absolutely adore Acer. Taylor is not one that I've got, but I do absolutely. I've got 6 or 7 others. I do adore Acer. And Taylor is fantastic because what you get on the fresh foliage foliage is this beautiful salmon pink colour.
Yeah,
so
look.
in springtime, when this first comes into leaf, you should be able to get a display similar to what you're seeing in the picture. Loads and loads of pink growth. But then as the leaves mature and grow throughout the season, you get that lovely variegation. You get shades of pink, you get greens and creams.
Can I just say, the price of this for the size of the Acer
Yeah, it's really good, isn't
is
it?
really good, because Acers are slow growing and they can take 20, 30 years.
They can be really hard to propagate. They can be
Yeah.
hard to grow.
I've never done that, have you?
I'm going to try it this year
yeah.
because I've got some seeds on my one of my Acers. So I got some seeds for the first time ever. It flowered and gave me. I've only got 3 seeds, but I'm going to try it this year.
Mine, I've never ever had flowers.
Yeah, I got them this year.
Yeah.
Must
Wow.
be happy.
Now
Or
Bex
actually,
might...
it's not happy and it's throwing out flowers to ensure its survival.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
So, Bex, you'll probably be about 70 by the time you get a decent Acer from those seeds. Because they are very slow growing, they're difficult to propagate, which means they're expensive. So to get an Acer of this size for $14.99 is absolutely incredible. And I can honestly say, Acers in the garden, they give a sense of serenity. They've got a lovely peaceful nature to them. They look great next to things like wart features, Buddhas. They are easy to grow. There are just a few golden rules with Acers. They absolutely hate to be in a windy spot. Don't even try it. They would hate to be in a windy spot. So you've got to find a sheltered position. When it comes to sun, I personally think they do far better out of full sun and in kind of like dapple shade.
Yeah, it's true.
Because mine actually got really quite scorched. I've got 2 that got scorched a few weeks ago. I mean, they've survived, but it's really annoying. The beautiful foliage has just got a bit scorched.
Do you know, one of mine has as well, and it's in a really nice shady position, and I'm slightly concerned about it because I'm not sure it's going to survive. We'll see. But generally, they're winter hardy. They just want to be in a dappled shade position and not somewhere too windy. Other than that, they are winter hardy, reliably come back for you. But if they do get that wind burn or that sun scorch on the leaves, it can be fatal.
Yeah.
So do think about that dappled shade position.
That's where they're happiest most. And they do look after themselves. Very little pruning is required because they are slow grown. You know.
Yeah, I just trim any branches that are rubbing and crossing, so I will prune those. But other than that, nothing.
Or any that have maybe got slightly damaged.
Yeah.
But honestly, Acers are beautiful. There are many different varieties, but I think the Taylor, to have those lovely kind of pink edges and margins to the leaves it's just beautiful, isn't it?
It really is.
Really stunning. I always feel. Do you know what I'm saying? When I feel like you feel peaceful next to it.
Totally,
don't
yeah.
you?
I mean, they're used a lot in Oriental-themed gardens if you're trying to create that lovely Zen feel.
Yeah,
In
you
fact, we
often see
did a
them next
post
to
about it
Buddhas and things,
recently.
don't you? Yeah.
We did a post recently on creating that Oriental garden. So bamboos and acers and all of those really work gorgeously together.
But that particular variety is one of the most beautiful and a really good size at $14.99. I used to work, when I was a student, I worked in a very posh nursery in King's Road in London. I loved it. It was my best sort of like weekend job ever. But I remember they had a whole area of Acers. And even in those days, and you go back, a long time ago, some of the Acers were hundreds and hundreds of pounds. And they can be when fully mature. So to get that size at $14.99 is exceptional value for money, but just beautiful. Now also, don't forget on the show we have got something a little bit exotic for you, our oleanders in the shades of pink. And we are doing an offer where you get 1 for $14.99, or if you double it, you get 2 for $19.99. And I love having an area of my garden that's Mediterranean, because Bex...
Shut your face, you.
You don't know what I was going to say,
I know
Bex.
exactly what you're going to say.
What was I going to say?
That I can't afford to go on holiday this year because I banged on about it.
Yeah.
It's
So
true, though. I can't afford to go on holiday this year.
And Bex isn't angry about it at all.
No,
or
it's
bitter.
fine. It's fine. I'm fine.
But a lot of people this year are struggling with holidays. So to create that holiday feel in your garden, I think is essential for people like Bex. And oleanders are an amazing Mediterranean plant. You'll find them. I mean, if you have been abroad to Spain and Italy, I've even seen these in America. They do very, very nicely abroad. However, they are harder to -5, which means that they can grow very successfully in the UK.
They really can, and you've started to see them recently because we've been supplying them for several years now, and you are seeing some amazing oleanders growing absolutely beautifully. They do get a bit tougher as they get more mature, so you know, although we say hardy down to -5, they can get even more hardy. And we've seen some, haven't we, like in London, where it's a little bit milder. And they are getting to a really decent size.
And my friend Matt is one of my best friends. Is really into his gardening. He's got an oleander that's like he's had it about 10 years. And I'll be perfectly honest. There was a really bad winter a few years ago, and it got down to about -10 in his garden. His oleander was about my height, and he did lose the top of it, because it got down to -10, but he chopped it right back and it grew back beautifully. So as Beck says, they can be a lot harder than -5 when fully established. But what I'd suggest is grow them in pots to start with. That way you can give them that extra protection if they need it. They are evergreen, they will flower all summer long. They do need the sunniest spot possible. Don't even try to put these in part shade. They want full sun.
They want full sun so that you get all of those glorious flowers, but of course you do keep the evergreen leaves on there as well. So it is something that gives you joy all year round. It's not like acers that will drop their leaves and you're left with bare twigs. This will stay with that foliage all through the winter.
And I think these look great in a big pot as a centre focal point with maybe some other bedding and things around them. They are fantastic. And we do use the top breeder, we believe, in the world that grows these in Sicily. They're multi-stemmed, they're really healthy. And oleanders are really, really hard to get hold of in the UK. So we work with what we believe to the top breeders, and we've got a great relationship. And let's be honest, we did buy, I think it was over 10,000, wasn't it?
It's a lot.
It was a huge, it might be more than that. It might even be tens of thousands. But that's why we get such amazing value as well, because we reserve whole, say, fields of oleanders. We really do. Right, anyway, let's remind us of the great offers we've had today on, of course, YGTV, YouGarden TV. Now, the Salvia, these are just, look, these are a must-have.
Oh, these are totally a must-have. Yeah, this is our deal of the week, and you can see why. Look, £4.97. You might think that's for one of them. You need to choose. No, you don't need to choose. You will get cherry lips, amethyst lips, and hot lips for that price. £4.97. I ordered 3 lots myself, so I've got 9 plants winging their way to me. I can't wait.
And that is such an easy plant to grow, as we said, and will flower all summer long. Then we brought you the very colourful hardy gerbers. Now you might think, hang on, gerbers are not hardy, and for many years we just grew this as a houseplant. However, brand new breeding means that these are now hardy. This variety is hardy to about -7. They start to flower really early on, so April, May, and again all summer long, and they produce the most perfect, beautiful, very well-behaved flowers that always seem to point in the right direction and make great cut flowers as well. When they're mature, you'll already get lots of flowers this year, but when they're mature, they can produce up to 50 flowers per plant per season. £9.99. They do die down during the winter months, but burst into life early spring and flower for several months of the year. 561198 for the hardy Gerbera Bright Collection. Then grass is really popular this year, very on trend right now, and this is one of the most dramatic, the Imperator Red Baron grass. And what I love about this, as the actual grass matures, it goes bright red on the tips. So it comes through sort of March time, dies down the winter, comes through green in March, head towards June and it starts to get the red tips, and then as we head towards late summer, those red tips go to the most extraordinary burgundy as well. It's nice compact grass, so about 50-60 centimetres height width-wise. You can divide it, so if the clump gets too big, then you can divide that and get even more grasses in your garden. Great amongst your other plants, but they do look very nice just by themselves in pots. And that is 560017. We then brought you an extraordinary variety of eucalyptus that I think this one is a brilliant alternative to our regular eucalyptus, because let's be honest, I think we all love eucalyptus, but in honesty, it can just be too big. It can dominate a garden. This one will only grow to about 3 to 4 metres, not 20 metres. It is far more hardy as well. It's about hardy down to about -20, so superb for all of the UK. And the foliage, not only does it look great, it smells great, of course, as well. And this variety, with it being compact, can be grown in pots as well. Down by £12 today, £17.99, 510 161. Now, one of my favourite plants at this time of year in the garden has got to be hibiscus. These flower July, August, September time. This one is amazing because you've not only got double flowers, but the foliage is variegated. So very rare to get an hibiscus that is winter hardy, that is double flowered, and you've got the variegated foliage as well. Absolutely magnificent, easy to grow, you just need sun, well-drained soil. Grows about 1.5 meters probably maximum. Grows into a very nice neat goblet shape, needs very little pruning. A very easy but beautiful, beautiful plant for your garden. 511073 for the hibiscus sugar tip there. I've got my eye on that one actually. Definitely. Then we brought you Rudbeckia goldsturm, the most incredible perennial. Now this one, you get 3 9-centimetre pots and it is only £6.99. So it's working out £2.33 each. Wonderful, bright yellow, golden flowers. The petals reflex down and then they open up that wonderful cone that is a magnet for your bees. And a perennial that, again, comes back every single year and just get bigger, stronger plants, bigger clumps that, again, you can divide every 3 or 4 years as well. 560076 at £6.19. That is for all 3 of those, don't forget, as well. And then, like the look of this, never grown Tayberries, but they are really a cross between a raspberry and a blackberry. Now, you don't tend to see them in the supermarkets. I think the reason being they just don't transport very well, but they are absolute delicious, and they do have that kind of sweetness to them of a raspberry, little bit of tartness of a blueberry. Big fruits that are elongated, so a lot bigger than a raspberry, I would say, in general. And you are going to get all 3 of these for £19.99, or you can go for one at £9.99. And you may remember from Beck's that they fruit on their 2nd year's growth, so do bear that in mind. Very nutritious as well in terms of fruit, so good in terms of your antioxidants. Then we brought you one of the most beautiful hydrangeas. This is one of the things I love about YouGarden. Not only do we bring you great prices, we do bring you some brand new varieties and unusual plants. And this hydrangea has got the most incredible variegated foliage where you've got pinks and creams in there, but then you've also got these fantastic, wonderful flower heads. And you've probably noticed this year has been exceptional for hydrangeas. It's been a really good year. They've thrived on the moist environment. They've not been able to dry out, which they hate. So really worth thinking about maybe getting some more hydrangeas in your garden. I definitely want some more hydrangeas in mine. And this variety is literally stunning. 511 522 for the Hydrangea Euphoria pink there. And then we also brought you a brand new variety of poppy. It's the first year that YouGarden have actually stocked this one. It's the Hydrangea Red Rumble at £14.99. 3 of these, they're not going to flower this year, but get them established, put them in your borders, and you will start to get poppies next year, and then more and more as the years progress. 561213 for the Red Rumble. Now, we've still got a few things to show you, and we've got a few more pictures coming in.
We have. So Tony and Hazel, we're going to talk about you guys now. Hazel's just made me laugh out loud.
Go on.
Hazel says, thought you might like to see my blueberry in the battle between woman versus pigeon. Used lots of net gift bags. Looks ridiculous, but has worked. But I've lost so many to this pigeon.
Oh, that is absolutely
brilliant. I love this, Hazel.
That is fantastic.
Woman versus pigeon. That just made me laugh so much. Yeah, it is a battle, isn't it? I get so many pigeons in my garden.
Oh, do you know what that... I actually quite like the look of that, though, don't
I
you?
like it.
I do.
How cool is that?
This is why we love you sharing your pictures and ideas.
Look, can you see all the blueberries inside the bags?
That is hilarious.
That is so good.
But do you know what? Actually, using those different coloured gift bags, it actually makes it look really good.
It looks quite decorative, doesn't
yeah,
it?
It's
Hazel,
a great
you made
idea.
my day.
I'm going to nick that one.
Love that. Right, Tony. Right, bear with me because there's quite a long message here. Hi, Bex. I asked you a question on Sunday about the size of pots I should use, and I asked the question back, any specific plants? So the answer to that is no, but as you know, I mainly use pots of which the majority are the Laval or the Prismas. So they're about similar size, aren't they? But are they big enough as plants become established? Or is this where size of plant comes in, such as the hollyhock or the oleander? Also a cordyline, Charlie boy. I hope you understand what I'm trying to ask. I've also attached 4 pictures taken from the corners of my garden area to try and show you what I'm trying to achieve. I know you prefer to show individual bright coloured plants, so if you don't want to use them, I understand. I'm not fussy about that at all. No. So I like seeing a good... I just like seeing your gardens. So I'll send you more in the future, and many thanks for reading this. So, Tony, the answer... Let's bring up a picture of your garden, first of all. The answer when it comes to pot size... Okay, so as a plant becomes more established, so for example, Charlie Boy, that's Charlie Boy, isn't it? You've got him in a Laval planter. Charlie Boy can probably live in there for many years, to be honest with you. But then I think... So any plant you grow in a pot, you can kind of restrict the size of it by keeping it in the same size pot. So if you don't want it to get any bigger, you can take that out of there. You can cut away some of the roots, normally up to about 1/4 or 1/3 of the roots, and put it back in the same pot. That will then keep and restrict the size that plant is growing to. I do it with acers, for example. If I don't want them to grow any bigger, you can cut away some of the roots, put it back in the pot, and it will maintain the size. It's only if you want the plant to get bigger, if you want it to grow to its full potential, that's where you need to think about growing into larger pots. I'm right,
and I would say with Charlie Boy, because that will develop a stem. So as that matures, the bottom leaves, you need to take those off, or they'll drop off naturally, but that will form a stem. And I'll be honest, what will happen with that, it will get too tall and then it'll keep falling over. So that will need repotting at some time as it matures.
I think you could get a couple of years of it in Laval, and then you'll need to go into a larger pot.
And what I will say... With plants in pots, the golden rule is you've got to remember that when they're in a fairly small pot, that's all they can access in terms of nutrition. That's all they've got. So you've got to keep on top of the feeding and the watering.
Absolutely.
You really, really have. I mean, I've got some of my plants have been in the same pot for 10 years or so. They really have. But I think you also know when a plant is when it's ready to move as well.
It'll slow down. It won't give you as many flowers, and that's when you need to give it some attention. And that is either taking it out, repotting it in the same pot, removing some of those roots, giving it some fresh compost. That can sometimes revive it, or it is a case of going in a slightly larger pot. This is a beautiful view of your garden, and I completely understand what it is that you are trying to achieve here. You know, you've got a sort of low maintenance garden, paved garden, but what you're doing is filling that with pots, and that is a beautiful, beautiful display. I completely understand what you're trying to do there. It's gorgeous.
That looks fantastic.
It is. Love that.
And apparently you only started gardening a year ago. Amazing.
Yeah.
My mum's got a friend who's 92 soon, and he only got into gardening in his mid to late 80s. So it's never too late, but that looks fantastic.
It looks really good.
You'd be so proud of that.
He sent another email as well, which has got sort of individual plants on it, so I'll just quickly whiz through those pictures as well, because there's some lovely ones in there. So now, hang on. So he said, I know I emailed a little while ago, but that my osteospermums weren't flowering. Look at them now.
They are fantastic.
So look at that.
Do you know,
they are fantastic, those.
I've grown those this year, and I must admit,
too.
They look fantastic, don't they?
Beautiful, beautiful colours you get from those. So there's the osteospermums. We've got a lovely hibiscus. That's the... Starburst chiffon. Thank you, Stu, for the reminder. That is beautiful coming up there.
And the hibiscus looking great now.
Number 3, we've got another hibiscus, another chiffon. That's the chiffon lavender just coming through there. He's also got. Hang on, I've got to count.
These are good. Those pictures are great.
More of the gazanias. I love that gazania. That's one of my favourites. Love that.
Tiger stripe variety there.
And then the final one, which I'm. Oh, sorry. which I'm very excited about, is that Coriodalis, the blue heron. Well done. That looks fantastic. Mine has given up on the flowers. Foliage looks amazing.
I'm amazed that's still flowering.
I had a few extra flowers just till about a week or so ago, and now the flowers are gone.
Because I must admit, normally when it gets hot, that one starts to just slow down a bit. But
that's
wonderful.
looking great, though. Well done, Tony. Really good.
Thank you, Tony, for those.
That's it for me on pictures.
Amazing.
Loads of stuff going on in the chat. Mandy's having a lovely time. Elaine's given her loads of tips.
Good.
Mandy has said thank you so much for the wonderful work. She's saying as we're fast approaching the end of the show, we've still got half an hour, I would just like to say thank you all for being so welcoming. And you are most welcome. We love our little gardening community here.
And just to let you know, if you are new to the show, we are always with you on a Thursday, 10 till 1.
Yeah, and a Sunday
10 till 2. However, you can always catch up on previous shows. So they're always on our website. In fact, do you want to see where to watch if you're new? Because, Amanda, you might not know how you can watch all the previous shows. So go to YouGarden.com. There you go. There's our logo. So you can watch our live show, our latest live show on Mr. Show, catch up here. So there we go.
Ah, that was Thursday.
I have to say,
Whoa.
I did see a little bit of your dress.
Yeah, it was warm.
I thought the dress looked great, though.
Thank you. It is one of my favourite dresses.
Yeah.
It was very warm in here.
I did wonder if it was too glamorous for a potting shed.
Right? I did wonder whether it
I
might
wondered,
be.
but I decided definitely not.
But I decided that my personal comfort won out.
No, you looked fine, mate. I only saw a little bit.
Elaine, and thank you, Elaine, for your message. I know you said that I did look lovely. So
I
thank you
thought
very
you
much.
looked. I only saw a little bit because I was at QVC that day.
You were,
I was
weren't you?
getting ready. It just literally came up, and I was like, really like that dress.
Bex is looking a bit glam.
Yeah. Thought I shouldn't dress up when she's with me like that. But no, you looked great. But yeah, you can always catch up on the previous shows. And don't forget, although we have a great selection of plants on the live shows, you can order anything off the YouGarden website, but always use the special offer code because that unlocks any extra promotions that are available. And your free gift today is the Nautica macedonica, which is a scabious that we can now pronounce.
You said Nautica. So you're adding an extra syllable into Nautia now.
I did, didn't I? I nearly got it right. But I got the macedonica right.
We can't get it right at all. It's a scabious.
Yes.
Let's just call it that.
Let's call it scabious.
And then we won't
I tell you
get
what's
it
a
wrong.
really nice one though, because all my scabious kind of like the bluey colour, and this is this gorgeous.
It's beautiful. Paul is asking, why haven't his cosmos flowered?
They should have.
They really should have. Bright sunny position.
Send us a picture. Let's see what they look like. Are they green and healthy?
Yeah. I mean, I planted some, but I planted them way too late, so, and mine haven't flowered. But it's because I kept them on the windowsill in the conservatory for ages, and I didn't plant them out early enough.
Mine only started flowering about 3 weeks ago. They were really late.
Right.
So don't give up on them.
They might just be late.
Yeah, but they do need full sun. Give them a feed as well if you've not fed them, but they might just be a bit late. They should fly. I mean, they should fly. They should have been flying a few weeks ago.
They're pretty easy, aren't they?
Yeah, but don't give up because Cosmos are late summer flowering, so they normally start kind of early July, but then go all the way through August, September, even into October. So they should still flower, I would say. But send us pictures so we can have a look at them. Hopefully nice and green and healthy. Hopefully there's some sign of buds. Yeah. Hopefully. Do you know what? Some of my lilies haven't flowered. My calla lilies.
Oh, haven't they?
No.
What, the ones that you've had for years and that are...
No, it's a different one. But they haven't, not all of it. And again, first year they haven't. But it might just be because the summer was pretty rubbish up until a few weeks ago.
Sometimes there's always an odd thing that happens, isn't
there? And let's be honest, gardening is not an exact science. Every year we all have winners and losers, don't we?
What's the difference between a good gardener and a great gardener?
Go on.
A great gardener has killed way more plants.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. You do learn, don't you?
Yeah, it's true.
Every year, every week, I would say I learn something in my garden. Yeah. You always, and a garden's never done. It's an ongoing journey, and you're constantly having to move things, cut things back, tidy things up, plants, water, feed. But it's a lovely journey to be honest.
Absolutely,
it really is.
And I'm definitely a great gardener
because you've killed lots of things.
I've killed a lot. Anyway, moving on. Let's talk about red robin, shall we? Because this is a fantastic plant. Do you know what? It's something
and hard to kill.
Hard to kill. It's something I really fell in love with this year, to be honest with you. So I've got one in the corner. It's one I inherited. It's beautiful. It's really nice and big. I mean, it's a good 4 meters in height now. It's really nicely established. What I've done is prune the bottom bits down, so it's almost like a gorgeous standard in the corner there. That's my shady corner. Obviously, the shade is created by this. But I really fell in love with it. The bright red, fresh growth that comes through on there. The beautiful clusters of flowers that have the most delightful fragrance.
Yeah, we often forget to talk about the flowers.
I never appreciated the fragrance
they're
before,
lovely.
but I really stuck my nose in it this year, and I realised how gorgeous they are.
Now, I've got several photinias in my garden, and the reason I've got them is because my garden, I live in the country, and it's quite exposed.
Yeah, so it's great wind shield.
And it's not, I mean, God, to be honest, Photinia...
Windbreak, that's the word I was looking for.
They are really, really pretty good anywhere in the garden.
Yeah.
They really are. You know, I've seen them in sun, I've seen them more slightly shady areas. Mine get a lot of wind, but it doesn't burn them, doesn't harm them.
Sorry.
You can grow, my in-laws have got a whole hedge of photinias.
Yeah, it's perfect for growing as hedging.
Yeah.
I love the idea of it being a windbreak as well. A sunny position will give you more red growth, but I really don't think it matters. If you've got it in a shady position, you'll still get some gorgeous red growth as well. And when that red growth starts to come through, really early on in the year, it's that bright shock of colour that you get really before anything else has really got going. So it's quite a valuable one to get in your gardens at that time of year to get that beautiful bright red shiny growth there.
Now they can grow several metres in terms of height. So you can create a proper full hedge, as we mentioned. And actually, it's a deal if you multi-buy, Stu.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, but this is a good point, actually. If you did want to suddenly create a hedge and you bought, say, a dozen of these, don't forget, if you get your order to over £40, then you will get free postage. Well, I mean, I didn't plant a whole hedge of Photinia, but I kind of wish I had now.
Yeah, I think it works gorgeously.
Yeah, it's a lot more attractive than some of the hedges.
Yeah, and it's evergreen as well, or ever red as we speak. It drops some leaves. It does do some leaf drop, but it constantly is producing new ones, so you've always got gorgeous foliage. Stu's laughing his head off in our ears at the moment. What's this? 2 ways of buying it on the website. You can have a 9 centimetre pot for $3.98. A 35 litre pot. I'd love to see that. I've not seen that around the nursery. That's fascinating. A 35 litre pot.
I've not seen that one on the nursery.
No, I haven't.
Must be there somewhere.
I mean, if you want mature, established plants, we've got them.
We have.
We've got a bit of a statement range of plants as well.
Yeah. I tell you what, great reviews on this one. You can see there lots of 5-star reviews. RHS Award of Garden Merit. It's a really good all-rounder, and I always think that in your garden to have evergreen plants, you don't want everything to be deciduous. And Photinia, they do look great even in the winter months as well. 510 050 at £3.98. Right, we better do. I know we've only got about half an hour left on the show. We better do our buy one get one free. So if you've just joined us,
hello, where you been?
Yes, right there, aren't you?
If you have just joined us, you can rewind the show. We've only got about half an hour left. We're going to cover our buy one get one free table and our favourites table, but you can rewind if you want.
And to be honest, we were really good at the beginning of the show. Were we?
Much better at the beginning than at the end. 3.5 hours in, we start to lose the plot.
I'm just noticing my dreadful suntan. I had my nieces come and stay with me last week, so we went on the water park, and I think I've really caught the sun.
It's great fun.
I was.
Love that water park.
I was the coolest uncle on there. I was the oldest. Yeah, there's a big water park now. I live at Rutland Water, and it was
It's the big inflatables. I have. They love it.
It's the biggest one in the UK. But honestly, I was like, I'm going to show my nieces.
So my son was there at the same time.
I know.
What time were you in the water?
12:40 to 1:40.
So that you would have crossed over.
Really?
Literally, you would have crossed over.
I didn't see him.
I think he was in the hour before you, so you would have crossed over.
Good job we didn't see.
How funny.
Like, what's that old man doing in the water? Really struggling. No, I wasn't actually. I had a great time with my nieces. It was such a laugh. But I did catch the sun, as you can tell. Right, we're going to now talk about ferns. And the great thing is these don't need full sun. These actually do really well in the shade. And everything we're about to show you, there's 6 items that are in our buy one, get one free mix and match. So you can choose any 2 that you want and mix and match, but one of them will be absolutely free. Now, the first fern, I meant to get this the other week because I have got lots of ferns in my garden, but I've got an area, my eucalyptus tree that I keep banging on about. It's really hard to get things to grow underneath.
Yes, they take all the nutrients, don't they? And of course you've got the shade.
You've got the shade. You've got poor nutritious soil that's really, you know, that I constantly need to kind of keep adding things to. But the worst thing is it gets really dry.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because I mean the rain barely gets through the eucalyptus, and the eucalyptus takes any moisture that's there. This fern is actually one of the more drought-tolerant ones when established. So if you've got like a shady area that's also prone to being dry, like under a big tree, this is definitely the one to go for. And nice and compact.
Yeah, and then low-maintenance gardening. When it comes to ferns, it really is low maintenance. And as I say, we don't want everything in our garden to be super easy, but likewise, we don't want everything in our garden to be really hard work. No. So it's about finding that gorgeous balance.
Otherwise, gardening becomes a massive chore.
It's not fun then at all. So it's about finding that balance, and this is low maintenance gardening. There's no special pruning required here. You might want to give them a little tidy up in spring just in case there are any, you know, tatty looking fronds, but ultimately, to be honest, I've ignored all of my ferns for a few years now. They're fine. They always look good.
I mean, I love ferns, and I love the fact that I've mentioned this several times, but slugs don't like them. So quite often when we've got plants in dark, shady areas, that's where the slugs love being as well. So they are resilient to slugs, they're easy, they're low maintenance, and this one looks stunning. And bear in mind, that's going to work out about £5 because it's a
buy one, get one free.
Absolutely amazing. You can grow them in pots, of course, as well. They're great in pots. They will tolerate a more sunny position, but they love those shady spots. So that's the first one. That's about 30 by 30 centimetres compact.
Yeah, so that one we're going to go front of border.
Yes.
Then we've got Painted Lady, which will get to about 40 centimetres height, but it's going to spread by a good probably metre 20. So this is also sort of front of border as well, maybe next to your hairy lip fern. This one will lose its leaves over winter. It does die back down, but please do go for this one as well, because the display you get from this one is extra. It's really special.
I think that description is perfect because it does look like a beautiful, almost like the easy description, the Painted Lady. We like the popular names.
Yeah.
And then finally we have got the Copper Shield Fern, which has got these beautiful copper tones, really a bit similar to my beard, would you say, Bex?
Yeah, lovely little copper tones in there. There's pinks, there's oranges, mixed in with the green colours that you get from those. And this one's going to go back of border because this one gets a bit taller. We're talking 3 feet by 3 feet. So you've got a really nice display with all 3 ferns if you want to add all 3 of these into your basket, and then you just need to choose one more item from our mix and match buy one get one free, and you will get 2 of these absolutely free.
And we do say with the Copper Shield Fern, semi-evergreen, so depending on what winter we get, where you live. Mine tends to always keep green throughout the winter because it's a nice like sheltered corner, but that one is an absolute beauty, isn't it? And say copper tones, green tones. Unlike my beard, you won't find grey in there. It will just be copper and green.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. No, I said unlike my beard. Unlike my beard.
Sorry.
No.
Apologies.
I have come to terms with the fact
you're
that
fine with it.
A few grey hairs in there.
You're going to be a silver fox. You're all right.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I was a bit encouraging then, wasn't I?
Yeah,
Sorry.
come on, Silver Fox. Not sure I'm quite ready for that. Then we've got our Rudbeckia next, which has been the most popular plant in the mix and match buy one get one free. We cannot recommend this one highly enough. It's an absolute stunning perennial, and I think it's a joyous plant, isn't it?
Totally, yeah. The bright yellow flowers are a joy to behold. That is mine from this morning. I was out there at 7:45 this morning doing that little video. It's got bigger and better from last year. I planted mine as a 9 centimetre pot last year. Remember, the one you're getting in the buy one get one free is a 2 litre, so it's already more established than what I planted last year. And this year it's probably doubled in size, way more flowers included in there. It's a beauty, it really is.
Yeah.
Pollinators adore it. It's Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit holder, proven performer, just a reliable perennial plant, not fussy on soil type. You divide the clumps as it gets congested. Free plants for your garden. It's just easy.
And a great price. I mean, bear in mind, you are going to get a freebie as well. So it works out £5, which is phenomenal for the size of that and how well established it is. Yeah, it works out, all of these work out £5 basically, because it's a buy one, get one free, 560,717. And what I would try and do today, I would try and get your order to £40. A lot of big orders have gone through actually, because then you get your free delivery as well.
Free delivery, yeah, that's the best thing about it, isn't it? We've got incentives no matter what your price is, what your budget is. Obviously, if your order is under £40, it's only £6.99 postage, one postage cost. But let's get that order to over £40 if you can, and get rid of that postage entirely.
Yeah. And don't forget, you will get your free plant with every single order as well. Then we've got the stunning Delphinium, one of my absolute favourites, one of my mum's favourites actually. My mum's always grown Delphiniums. And this is the stunning magic fountain mix. Colours will vary, but look at those flowers. They are amazing. So I've got the detail on the screen for the Rudbeckia, which is 560,717. And this is the Delphinium Magic Fountain, and again, part of the buy one, get one free. We were both saying we saw some wonderful displays of Delphiniums at the Chelsea Flower Show. There is something spectacular, I think.
Something really beautiful, yeah. I mean, they look like they've been put together by, you know, I don't know, it looks like they've been stitched together. They look they're so beautiful. They look fake, don't they? But they are really, really beautiful. Definitely want to add those in if you want a cottage-style feel to your garden. Then this works gorgeously. Into a nice sunny border. Do give it a decent amount of sunshine, and do protect it with Strulch next year. A good thing to do is get it at the end of this, you know, get it now, because what you want to do is give that Strulch to your plants so that they are protected over winter, as in keeping them warm. It acts as a mulch, but also come springtime, when that fresh new growth comes through on your Delphiniums, the stuff that the slugs and the snails like to munch on, you'll be able to protect them and ensure those displays.
And so if you've never grown Delphiniums, don't panic. They do die right back in the winter. They completely disappear. So don't panic. They die right down. They have a good rest, but they do come back bigger and stronger every single year. That's 5 to 1, 552. And then also in the mix and match buy one get one free, don't forget we've also got a foxglove, a digitalis, the dalmation mix for you. And do you know what? I love foxgloves because they're easy to grow. They are fine in kind of a fairly shaded position back of the border, but often if you let the flowers go over, they will self-seed as well. And I've got loads that have popped up this year just randomly from the ones last year.
Yeah, true, me too actually.
Yeah, great kind of like woodland looking plants.
And don't need the sunniest spot.
No, not at all.
So unlike the Delphinium, which needs the sunny spot, Digitalis can cope with a slightly shadier position.
But lovely. And my mum's cottage is called Foxglove, and she's got loads of foxgloves in the front of the cabin. She's actually got hers grown in like a gravelled area.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm going to grow hollyhocks next year.
Oh, it's been a good year for those as well.
I love the hollyhocks, so I'm going to, because you can grow them from seed, can't you?
Yeah.
I'm going to get some seeds this year, and that's what I'm going to do.
They're great.
I'm going to grow loads of hollyhocks.
Do you want to try and grow the doubles that we have here, though?
Yeah.
They're really nice, really nice. Anyway.
It's my winter plan.
So much on the show. Thank you to everyone. We've had loads of orders go through today, but with some amazing deals. And if you haven't gone for it already, don't forget the deal of the week: 3 salvias for under £5. That's unbelievable. And look at the size of this. Now, they may arrive slightly trimmed. Do not worry if they've been trimmed, because they will still spring back and flower this year. I would have thought you'll definitely still get flowers this year.
Yeah, because they can flower right the way through to October time.
Crazy.
So they normally start around, May time?
June, yeah.
They'll start coming through in May and June, and they flower all the way through the summer and into autumn as well. So again, this is another one that will help to just extend that summer flowering, give you a bit of later interest once we get into autumn time. Really nice and easy as well. You said you'd done nothing to yours, didn't you?
Nothing. Last year I did trim it back, and it was great. This year I forgot to trim it back. I left it too late. It started to flower, so I thought, I'll leave it now. And it has done absolutely amazing. And it's grown really big. I mean, mine is close to a metre now in terms of width.
And that's what I would expect these to get to, sort of a metre height, a metre width. So that fills a really nice area. And the fact that you're getting all three colours here, if you were to plant them sort of semi-close to each other, they will sort of mingle into each other. So you get that whole... I mean, I'm growing mine into a hedge, basically. So I've got 3 sets of 3. I've got 9 of them. I'm going to plant them sort of semi-close together so they do sort of grow into each other. And I think that's going to be really pretty.
But they are easy. They are reliable. They don't constantly need deadheading. I've never deadheaded mine. They just flower and flower and flower all summer long for long periods. Mine's in a fairly sunny spot. I'd love to tell you I've fed it loads this summer. I haven't. I should have probably. But yeah, easy, and the value there at £1.33 each. It's amazing.
That's
really
why I've ordered mine.
I know you have.
And that's why all of you are ordering yours as well on Thursday. I think we only had 1 order that went through that didn't have these in
I was going to say to you, have most people ordered that today?
He's going to have a little look. He's going to look and see.
Let's have a look. So obviously you ordered 3 lots earlier.
I did. I was first in this morning.
Nobody's ordered more than 3 sets, Bex. But some have matched you.
And still not been broken. 2 orders without it today, but every other order has included that, and that just shows you the sort of value of the deal, doesn't it?
Yeah, and do tell your friends about the show, won't you? If you've got friends that are into the gardening, tell them about the show, because you do get amazing deals on YGTV.
This is incredible.
So, yeah, most people have ordered that, and some of you have placed 2 or 3 orders today.
Well done. You're going to get 2 or 3 of your free gift, which I've left over here.
Yes.
It's 1 gift per order, not 1 per customer. So if you place 3 orders, you'll get 3 pots of the Nautia Macedonica Melton Pastels.
Yes. Or scabious.
I said it right.
Yes. There's plenty of times we've both said it wrong.
I know, right?
Don't know why. Just one of those. Right, Bowles Mauve is next, our Erysimum, which is a gorgeous... Well, it's a wallflower that flowers for 9-10 months of the year. And honestly, we both know the YouGarden plant range very, very well, and we cannot think of a single plant that would outperform this in terms of length of flowering.
Yeah.
9 or 10 months of the year.
I mean, it really does sort of start flowering from about... a good amount of flowers from March time, but it keeps going right the way through into October. I had flowers on mine in November, December and January and February, in actual fact. There were flowers on it every month, although admittedly only 1 or 2 during those colder months. But you are left with that evergreen foliage. It's got a lovely bluish tinge to it, and then for the rest of the year you've got displays like that.
Yeah,
which are incredible.
Absolutely beautiful. I love the colour of this. I love the foliage as well. But it's easy, and I think most of us as gardeners, we want as much colour as possible for as long as possible.
Totally.
And also nowadays, because the seasons are so mixed and varied, gone are the days or the years where we used to get like proper seasons. I remember as a child and as a teenager, proper seasons.
It did feel like there was a distinction between them, and you don't. They kind of melt into each other.
Harsh winter, then a spring, then a long hot summer. Now it's all a bit more blended, isn't it? So actually, sometimes you get the most dreadful summers, but the most amazing autumns. Sometimes you get do you remember the first lockdown? We had that incredible spring.
I had a tan in April.
Yeah. Do you remember?
A tan in April.
Year 2020. Yeah. March and April were amazing, but then we had a pretty poor summer. Do you remember? So the point of my story is, you never know which months are going to be great, but if you've got plants in flower for most of them, that has got to be a win-win, hasn't it? And that one will flower 9 or 10 months of the year. Now, Anne's just got a question about the oleanders. She bought 2 red and 2 pink ones recently. She thinks one's really a pale pink. Now, the thing is with the pink ones, colours may vary.
It's shades of pink. So, we can't guarantee that you'll get the lighter shade. If you order 2, the people who pick the plants are instructed to get 2 that are similar in colour.
But sadly, we cannot guarantee that.
Some are a light pink, some are a medium pink, some are a dark pink. That's why we call it shades of pink.
I'm just going to check. So Anne got the pink and the red.
Pink and red.
Are the white on offer at the moment? I don't think they are they?
Well, apparently, if you use an older code, you can.
Really?
How old the codes do? 29, 24.
Right, okay, so Anne, let's just put it out there. If you use the code 2924, so YGTV 2924,
You could get the white one.
you can get the white ones. So if you just want, you know, different colour oleanders, we shouldn't have told you that, but yeah, YGTV 2924, that code will give you the promotion on the white ones. We're a bit naughty, aren't we?
Yeah, well,
But we
if
want...
it's still there, it's still there.
Yeah.
And
All right.
that's the week where we had free lavenders, so you might get free lavender in there as well.
Oh, look, the codes last sometimes more.
Oopsie.
Sometimes the old codes stay valid, sometimes they don't. So that code...
That's going to disappear soon, because they're
yeah,
normally
'cause
valid
it's
for about 3 weeks.
Yeah, if it's 2924. So that was it.
Get going, Anne.
Yeah, so if you want the white ones, so we can't guarantee which pink shades you get, but if you want the white ones to complement them, that'd look great with the pink
That
and white.
would look great.
Pink, white and red would look really good.
Yeah.
Then just use that code YGTV2924. We didn't tell you that, obviously. And the boss hopefully isn't watching.
He's on holiday, it's fine.
He could still be watching.
He's not watching from his holiday.
He's back tomorrow, he might be.
Hi, Peter.
Hi, Peter. Sorry about that. Right, Miner's Merlo. This is the Euphorbia Miner's Merlo. Love Euphorbias. Evergreen, clump forming, gorgeous foliage. This is yours, Bex, which has the most... I mean, yours has really got quite deep now in terms of colour, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, well, look, that was earlier on in the year. It's actually lightened slightly now.
Has it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was. I should have done another video. I'm so sorry. I will do. But that was, I don't know, probably about April or May time. I think I did that video. Yeah, because the flowers are just about to open. So I'm going to say that was April time, and it was a really dark, deep burgundy foliage. Now I've got some green tones coming in. Still dark, gorgeous foliage. It's a bit bigger now. I moved it slightly. It sulked up me for a little while, but it is coming back and it's gorgeous again. The foliage contrast with the lime green flower bracts is absolutely incredible.
It's really quite striking, isn't it?
Really striking. And of course, I always talk to you about the ladybirds that this has. There were so many ladybirds on this plant, it kind of blew my mind a little bit, and that's a great thing.
God. Well,
Oh, that's the slightly later video, isn't it?
Yes.
Where I've got even more flowers on there. So I think that was probably May time when there was even more of those flowers out. And this should flower for you. Mine gave up. It started to flower again. Mine gave up because I moved it whilst it was in full flower. So, I chopped all the flowers off and it's come back to life and it's giving me flowers. But it should be April through to October you have those displays.
And in terms of pruning them, so they grow very neatly, they're clump forming, but normally I give mine a little trim back at the end of the flowering season or sometimes early springtime. We class them as winter hardy. When you are cutting them back or pruning them, just make sure you protect your hands from the sap. Some people find that it can irritate them. It's like a white sap, and it can, for some people, just cause a little bit of irritation on the skin. I've never had a problem with it, but just, we'd like you to be extra careful. So do wear gloves if you are trimming those back. But also thinking they are quite drought tolerant as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you don't need
really
loads
are.
of watering.
So you can either go for one of those for $4.99, but we do have a better price on the triple pack, 3 for $9.99. So it works out like getting a free one basically if you go for the triple pack. Yeah, we love a freebie. 511386 is your item number. Now, also on the show today, first time we've seen these on YGTV, the ground cover rose collection, and these are absolutely gorgeous. You actually get 3 of these. You get a pink, a white and a red. Saving $7.50 today, so only $7.49. And actually you can see the size of the roses here. I mean, I said a bit like a sort of 50p piece size. Look at that pink there. There you go. And you get hundreds of those. Aren't those just stunning?
Yeah, they're lovely. It's known as a sort of multiflora rose. So you get clusters of these smaller roses, but you get lots and lots of them. They're used in commercial displays, aren't they?
They are.
They're used in commercial displays, outside office buildings and things like that, because they're really easy to look after, flower for such a long time, and you get so many of those roses on there.
And I had them in my last garden, and they were magnificent, and they were very low maintenance. They do obviously like a nice sunny spot. At the end of the season, you can literally, because it grows about 1 metre in terms of their spread. So honestly, you could just literally get some hedge cutters if you wanted to and cut them right back, and they will just bounce back again beautifully the next year. I didn't spend hours pruning them all. It was because they got too big.
And you don't really need to. You don't need to deadhead. You just cut them back, and they will reliably come back for you again next year. You're getting all 3 of those included as well. It's not a choice. It is all 3. You're getting the red, the pink, and the white included.
Nice to see those white oleanders are proving popular after our little tip there. Yeah, it's great. So,
Glad you got
and
it.
I hope it was you though, because we've just seen some orders go through the place. But somebody else anyway. Now, also, don't forget, we've got the large Rudbeckia goldsturm in the 2 litre pot, or you can go for the 3, a little bit smaller, but they grow quickly, these.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about it at all. They're fantastic. 3 of those 9 centimetre pots, and they've been growing on in those pots for a while, so those are really
they're
good quality.
really healthy, aren't they,
The
Bex?
roots are super healthy, raring to grow. Get those planted, all 3 of those, plant them together, get that lovely en masse display. That'll be perfect.
Yeah, and you can see that on the image. We love the way that those petals just reflex down. You get the big cone in the centre that is a magnet for your bees. And they just, I think Rudbeckia is just a joyous plant to have. I love that massive yellow.
I do as well, yeah.
I really like yellow in the garden.
I do.
Yeah.
I like the yellows and the purples together. That's a big colour
We've both
combo.
done quite a lot like this year. I have.
Yeah, yellows and purples. Add a bit of orange in there as well. It's a really nice combination. You can see my orange geum just behind there.
Yes.
Love it.
Oh. Now, very, very quickly, I know we are nearly out of time. So many orders going through for the salvias. This is the Salvia lips collection. Cherry lips, amethyst lips, hot lips, all of those, and they are the deal of the week. And honestly, working out less than £1.33 each is phenomenal value for money. Salvia is very easy to grow, really easy to grow. Nice sunny spot or part sun. They don't need deadheading. They just continue flowering for months and months and months. I tend to prune my back springtime, quite hard back to about 30-40 centimetres. Forgot this year, but it still flowered like mad. And great for the pollinators, of course, as well. And I think a lovely scent to salvias as well. Really like it.
The
It's like
foliage
sage, you were
smells
saying.
lovely. It's a member of the sage family, so it does have a herby scent.
Yeah, it
to
does.
It's nice.
But get that today because it is the deal of the week and obviously only valid for a short amount of time and amazing. Well, that's got to be one of the best we've ever done. Very quickly, I know we've got lots of new viewers today. So thank you to all the new viewers. Thanks to all our regulars, of course, as well. But as ever, you always need to use the offer code, and this week's code is YGTV3124. That will unlock all the promotions. It will give you your free gift. It will also give you free postage if you spend over £40. But we are back in our happy place.
Oh, I love this compost. Honestly, the smell of it is so
good,
fresh.
doesn't it?
It's almost invigorating.
Yeah.
I think it's a fantastic compost. I know it's a fantastic compost. It's premium professional compost. We don't just give it some fancy title to make it sound better than it is. This is a professional compost. We are a nursery that have been in business for 2 decades, and this is our compost of choice. Because it's packed with vital ingredients.
We often get asked, can you visit the nursery? No, because it's a working nursery. So, there's lots of machinery here, there's always lots going on, but every plant that we grow in the nursery is grown in this compost. Every hanging basket that we make up is grown in this compost. Every bare root rose that we plant is grown in this compost. So it has to be the best. And if there was, you think about it, as a commercial nursery, if there was a better compost to grow our plants in, we'd be using it, wouldn't we?
We absolutely would. Our head gardener would insist on it. This has some of the best ingredients. Now, it is a peat-based compost. We've reduced that peat content right down, so we're using the minimum amount for maximum results. So I know we'll all have to go peat-free at some point, but this is the compost to be using in the meantime.
And actually, and although we support peat-free compost, of course we do. We do have one here at YouGarden. What is quite interesting is that there's a bit of a theory that maybe we've gone a bit too quickly with the peat free, and I think they are getting better and better. Don't get us wrong, but have you had great success with some of the peat free ones, or have they let you down a little bit? And as Beck said, we have reduced the content over the years. So we now put in the minimum amount to give maximum results. But it isn't just about that content of peat that makes this wonderful.
No.
You've got 50% composted wood fibre. And that really gives this incredible, even but open structure. So as your plants are growing, whether it be a seed, a plug plant, a perennial, a tree, whatever, those roots can access all of the nutrients, all of the water, all of the oxygen, and they can do that so well. And when you look at that, it is so well composted, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a gorgeous
so fine,
texture,
look at that.
really fine, no great big big lumps and chunks. No. It's pH balanced, so this is designed to work for pretty much everything that you're going to use in your garden. It's around neutral is where it's at, which means it will work for the majority of your outdoor plants, but also wonderful for your indoor plants as well. If you need ericaceous compost, we have that available on the website.
You've also got a slow-release fertiliser in there as well. Those little green balls will release fantastic nutrition and food for your plants for up to 6 months. And finally, there's also a wetting agent in there. In simple terms, when you water this compost, the water will stick to the compost, not just flow over the top of it, which can happen with some of the composts. And it's really annoying if you've made up a hanging basket and it dries out and you try and water it and all the water goes straight off the basket onto you. It's really annoying.
Really annoying.
It is. And occasionally I have made up a basket of a pot without this compost, and yeah, it's one of the things I hate. Watering a pot and the water going over the side.
Yeah.
Waste of water, waste of time. Right, I'm just thinking what I'm ordering today.
Okay, well, I've already ordered my Salvia lips, so that's definitely in my make-believe basket. Salvia lips is definitely going in there. I would always add Bowls Mauve and the Euphorbia in there too. Rudbeckia has got to appear somewhere in that list as well, surely.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters whether it's the big one or the 3x9. All right, but Stu said it does matter. Stu, go for the buy one, get one free then, the 2 litre. What would you add into that basket?
So I also want the Salvia. I'm definitely ordering those two because I've only got one in my garden. I agree with the Rudbeckia. The Hydrangea.
Hydrangea Serrata Euphoria pink.
Yeah, definitely.
Some ferns, maybe.
I want the hairy lip fern because I want that under my eucalyptus.
I want the painted lady.
Okay.
So we want painted lady in there as well, please, Stu. What else can we add in there?
I want the twisted olives.
Do you want the twisted? No, we're not putting the twisted olives in. We're trying to get a basket to just over £40.
Oh, I know that.
We smashed it if we put that in, haven't we?
Yeah.
Where are we at with that basket, Stu?
Whatever,
I think we went quite quick.
Whatever you want, don't forget, you get amazing value. Any plants that you order that are classed as winter hardy, so if you look on the website, if there's that little kind of snowflake symbol, that means they're winter hardy. That means they have a lifetime guarantee, which is brilliant. So if you buy a plant from us today that's got the lifetime guarantee, and in a year's time, 5 years' time, it's not performing, let us know, we'll replace it for free. All you'd pay is the postage. Now, before you confirm your orders, if you are not a club member, then join today. And that will give you an instant 10% saving on your compost, your pots, all the plants on the show. And let's see our basket then, Bex.
All right, so we've got our Euphorbia, mine is Merlo. We've got our Hydrangea Euphoria pink included. We've got our free gift in there, the Naughtier. Salvia lips, obviously, deal of the week. That
Absolutely.
has to go in there. We've got 2 free Rudbeckia because we've added in the 2 ferns in there as well. That's a fantastic basket right there. Look at the price, $44.93. So we're already saving our postage cost, but we can save a further £7.50 by joining the club today because you get that extra 10% discount. Now look at the price of that basket, $45.43, but look how much we are saving.
I know, and look how many plants are in there.
$19.95. I mean, that is a great basket. Love that.
So I hope you've enjoyed the show as much as we have. We've got a show on Thursday.
We have indeed. Or you have. I won't be here on Thursday. I'll be back next Sunday, though. I'm having a little break.
A break?
A break.
A break?
Yeah. Me.
What?
I'm having a break.
No. So I'm going to be with Adam on Thursday. We'll have brand new plants, brand new deals from 10 to 1. Bex is back on Sunday.
With someone we don't know who yet.
Yeah, not me, sadly.
You'll be at QVC,
I'm at QVC at 2 o'clock on Sunday. But you know what? Go on our website, have a look at all the great plants, catch up on any previous shows, and keep gardening because it is the best hobby. It really is just the most wonderful hobby, and I think with YouGarden we make it easy. We give you great plants, fantastic prices, and such a lovely variety. Something for every type of garden, every type of gardener.
Hopefully some nice ideas on what you can plant, where you can plant it, what you can plant it with. That's certainly what we're here for, and we try to do. And of course, if you ever want any advice, ask our chat on YouTube, because they'll give you some advice.
So from myself, Shaun, Ryan, the lovely Bex Edwards, happy gardening. Have a lovely day,
Lots
whatever
of love.
you're going to do.
Bye.